Blanqui's appeal to the students, December 11, 1830. To the students of law and medicine. Benjamin Constant has died. France weeps for one of the firmest upholders of its freedom, a great citizen and a great man. It is for a friend that we weep. You know the accents his voice found to repulse the calumnies and insults poured upon us by an oppressive power. You know what burning words he made heard in 1820, 1821, 1822 and 1827, when, not content to sacrifice us to the sword of their hirelings, the powerful insulted us from the tribune and in their newspapers. Benjamin Constant made it a point of pride to be the friend of young people. Until his last moment, he lifted his voice to defend us, because the youth of France, just as much as freedom, needed to be defended, even after the Battle of the July days. 5 days before his death, the assembly hall still echoed with his patriotic tones. He died in battle as a combatant for the principles and the achievements of our revolution. An entire people will accompany the mortal remains of the defender of our rights to his final resting place. The colleges owe their friend a particular mourning, a solemn homage of recognition. I invite all my comrades to meet Sunday on the Place du Panthéon at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Those of you who have weapons should come armed, in order to render Benjamin Constant funeral honors. Louis Auguste Blanqui. Student of Law. P.S. General Lafayette has approved this meeting. One of his staff officers will accompany us. Reception procedure of the Society of the Seasons. Source, Auguste Blanqui, Textes Coisus, avec préface et notes parvp. Valguine, Éditions Sociales, Paris 1971. Translated, by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. The newly elected member is brought in blindfolded. The President to the presenter, what is the name of the new brother you bring us? To the newly elected member, citizen, what is your age? Your profession? Your birthplace? Your home? How do you earn a living? Have you thought through the step you take at this time, the engagement to which you commit yourself? Do you know that traitors are struck down dead? Swear, citizen, to reveal to no one what will happen in this place. The President poses the following questions. 1. What do you think of royalty and kings? That they are as dangerous to humanity as the tiger is to other animals. 2. What are aristocrats now? Aristocracy by birth was abolished in July 1830. It was replaced by the aristocracy of money, which is every bit as voracious as the preceding one. 3. Should we be satisfied with overthrowing royalty? All aristocrats must be overthrown, all privileges must be abolished. 4. What must we put in its place? The government of the people by the people, which is to say, the Republic. 5. Those who have rights without fulfilling obligations, as is the case with aristocrats, are they part of the people? They ought not to be part of the people, they are to the social what a cancer is to the human body. The first condition for the return of the social body to a just state is the wiping out of aristocracy. 6. Can the people immediately govern themselves immediately after the revolution? The social state being gangrened, heroic remedies are required to reach a healthy state. For a certain period of time the people will require a revolutionary power. 7. In summary, what are your principles? Royalty and all aristocracies must be exterminated, to substitute in their place the Republic, which is to say the government of equality, but, in order to achieve this government, to employ a revolutionary power, which enables the people to exercise their rights. Citizen, the principles which you have just expressed are the only correct ones, the only ones that can allow humanity to march towards the goal which is fixed for it. But their realization isn't easy. Our enemies are numerous and powerful, they have at their disposal all of society's forces, we Republicans have only our courage and our conviction. You still have time, think of all the dangers to which you expose yourself upon entering our ranks, the sacrifice of fortune, the loss of freedom, perhaps death. Are you determined to brave these dangers? Your response is the proof of your energy. Rise, citizen, and take the following vow. In the name of the Republic, I swear eternal hatred to all kings, all aristocrats, to all of humanity's oppressors. I swear absolute devotion to the people, fraternity to all men, aside from aristocrats. I swear to punish traitors. I promise to give my life, to go to the scaffold if this sacrifice is necessary to bring about the reign of popular sovereignty and equality. The President places a dagger in his hand. May I be punished with the death of traitors, may I be stabbed with this dagger if I violate this vow. I agree to be treated as a traitor if I reveal the least thing to anyone at all, even my closest relative, if he is not member of the association. The President, citizen, be seated, the society receives your vow, you are now part of the association, work with others to free the people. Citizen, your name will not be spoken among us, here is your registration number in the workshop. You must procure arms, ammunition. The committee that leads the society will remain unknown until the moment we take up arms. Citizen, one of your obligations is to spread the principles of the association. If you know any devoted and discreet citizens, you should present them to us. The newly elected member is returned to the light. Project for a Revolutionary Proclamation. Call to Arms. Art 1. All citizens from 16 to 50 years of age are called upon for the defense of the fatherland and of freedom. Art 2. Men between 16 to 30 years of age, armed or unarmed, are to report to the Place de el Hotel de Ville in order to be organized in battalions. Art 3. Men between 30 to 50 shall remain in their neighborhoods in order to prepare resistance there. Art 4. Barricades shall be constructed every 50 meters on all streets. The stones should be removed, and on the principal streets the stones should be taken to the upper floors in order to be thrown at the troops of Charles X. Art 5. Former military men, officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers are called to the Hotel de Ville in order to form the cadres of the popular battalions. Art 6. Commissions will be established for 1. Provisioning, 2. Armament, 3. Supplying of ammunition. Citizens capable of fulfilling these functions are asked to present themselves to the Hotel de Ville. Art 7. Armorers shall deliver firearms, powder, and bullets found in their stores to the people. The state will reimburse them for the price of these objects with a 25% bonus for the risks involved. Louis Auguste Blanqui 1832. Speech before the Society of the Friends of the People. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2007. The fact shouldn't be hidden that there is a war to the death between the classes that compose the nation. This truth recognized, the truly national party, the ones patriots should rally to, is the party of the masses. Until now there have been three interests in France, that of the so-called upper classes, that of the middle or bourgeois class, and finally that of the people. I place the people last because they were always the last, and because I count on an imminent application of the gospel maxim that the last shall be first. In 1814 and 1815 the bourgeois class, tired of Napoleon not because of despotism, it cares little for liberty, which in its eyes it isn't worth a pound of good cinnamon or a nice fat bill, but because the blood of the people being exhausted, the war was beginning to take its children from it, and, even more, because it harmed its tranquility and hindered commerce. The bourgeois class then received the foreign soldiers as liberators and the Bourbons as God's envoys. They were the ones who opened the gates of Paris, who treated the soldiers of Waterloo as brigands, and who encouraged the bloody reaction of 1815. Louis XVIII rewarded them with the Charter. This charter established the upper classes as an aristocracy and gave the bourgeois the Chamber of Deputies, called the Democratic Chamber. With this the émigrés, the nobles, the big landowners who were fanatical partisans of the Bourbons, and the middle class who accepted them from self-interest found themselves the masters in equal part of the government. The people were pushed to the side. Bereft of leaders, demoralized by foreign invasion, having lost faith in liberty, they remained silent and submitted to the yoke while remaining on their guard. You know the consistent support the bourgeois class gave the Restoration until 1825. It loaned its hand to the massacres of 1815 and 1816, to the scaffolds of Bory and Burton, to the war in Spain, to the arrival of Villèle and the changes in the electoral law. Until 1827 it regularly sent majorities given over to those in power. In the period 1825 to 1827 Charles X, seeing that he was succeeding at everything and believing himself strong enough without the bourgeois, wanted to proceed to their exclusion, as was done with the people in 1815. He took a daring step towards the ancien regime and declared war on the middle class by proclaiming the exclusive dominance of the nobility and clergy under the banner of Jesuitism. The bourgeoisie is by essence anti-spiritual, it detests churches, and believes only in double-entry bookkeeping. The priests irritated them, they had consented to share with the upper classes in oppressing the people, but seeing its turn arrive as well, full of resentment and jealousy against the high aristocracy, it rallied to that minority of the middle class that had combated the Bourbons since 1815 and that it had sacrificed up till then. It was then that a war of newspapers and elections began, carried out with so much steadfastness and fury. But the bourgeois fought in the name of the charter and nothing but the charter, and in fact the charter assured their power. Faithfully executed, it gave them supremacy within the state. Legality was invented to represent this interest of the bourgeoisie and to serve as its flag. The legal order became a kind of divinity before which constitutional opponents burned their daily incense. This struggle was carried out from 1825–1830, ever more favorably to the bourgeois, who rapidly gained ground and who, masters of the Chamber of Deputies, soon threatened the government with complete defeat. What were the people doing in the midst of this conflict? Nothing. They remained a silent spectator to the quarrel, and everyone knows that its interests didn't count in the debates of its oppressors. To be sure, the bourgeois cared little about them and their cause, which were looked on as having been lost 15 years before. You recall that the papers most devoted to the constitutionals regularly repeated that the people had submitted their resignation to their representatives, the only organs of France. It wasn't only the government that considered the masses as indifferent to the debate, the middle classes detested them perhaps even more, and they surely counted on being the only ones to pluck the fruits of victory. That victory didn't go further than the charter. Charles X and the charter with an all-powerful bourgeoisie, this was the goal of the constitutionals. Yes, but the people understood the question differently. The people mocked the charter in execrating the Bourbons. Seeing its masters argue among themselves, it spied out in silence the moment to leap onto the battlefield and bring the parties into agreement. When the classes arrived at such a point that the government no longer had any resource than coups d'état, and that threat of a coup d'état was suspended over the heads of the bourgeois, then they were gripped with fear. Who doesn't recall the regrets and terrors of the 221 after the order of dissolution that answered their famous address? Charles X spoke of his firm resolve to resort to force, and the bourgeoisie blanched. Already most of them loudly disapproved the 221 for having allowed themselves to be carried away by revolutionary excesses. The most daring placed their hope in the refusal of a tax that would have been paid and in the support of tribunals, almost all of who would gladly have filled the office of summary political courts. If the royalists demonstrated so much confidence and resolution, if their adversaries showed so much fear and uncertainty, it's that both regarded the people as having resigned themselves and expected to find them neutral in the battle. And so on one hand the government depended on the nobility, the clergy, and the big landowners, and on the other was the middle class which, after 5 years of warming up in a war of words, was ready to come to blows with the people, silent for 15 years and believed resigned. It was in these conditions that the combat was engaged. The ordinances were issued and the police smashed the newspaper presses. I won't speak of our joy, citizens, we who are shaking the yoke and who are finally witnessing the reawakening of the popular lion that had slept for so long. July 26th was the most beautiful day of our life. But the bourgeois. Never has a political crisis offered a spectacle of such frightful, such profound consternation. Pale, frantic, they heard the first shots as the first discharge of a picket that was to shoot them down one by one. You all remember the conduct of the deputies on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They used what presence of mind and faculties fear left to them to ward off, to halt the combat. Preoccupied with their own cowardice, they were unready to foresee popular victory and were already trembling beneath Charles X's knife. But on Thursday the scene changed. The people were the victors. And then another terror seized them, more profound and oppressive. Farewell dreams of the charter, of legality, of constitutional royalty, of the exclusive domination of the bourgeoisie. The powerless ghost that was Charles X faded away. In the midst of the debris, of flames and smoke, the people appeared standing on the corpse of royalty, standing like a giant, the tricolor flag in hand. They were struck with stupor. It was then that they regretted that the National Guard didn't exist July 26th, that they condemned the lack of foresight and the folly of Charles X, who had smashed the anchor of his own salvation. It is too late for regrets. You can see that during these days, when the people were so grand, the bourgeois were tied up between two fears, that of Charles X in the first place, and then that of the workers. A noble and glorious role for these proud warriors who float their high plumes at parades on the Champ de Mars. But citizens, how is it that so sudden and fearsome a revelation of the force of the masses remains sterile? By what fatality did that revolution made by the people alone, and that should have marked the end of the exclusive reign of the bourgeoisie as well as the success of popular interests and might, have no other results than the establishing of the despotism of the middle class, aggravating the poverty of the workers and peasants, and plunging France a bit further into the mud? Alas, the people, like the other old man, knew how to win, but not how to profit from its victory. The fault is not all their own. The combat was so brief that its natural leaders, those who would have led the way to victory, didn't have the time to distinguish themselves from the crowd. They necessarily rallied to the leaders who had figured at the head of the bourgeoisie in the parliamentary struggle against the Bourbons. What is more, they were grateful to the middle classes for their little 5-year war against their enemies, and you have seen what benevolence, I would almost say what feeling of deference they showed towards those men in suits they met on the streets after the battle. That cry of "Long live the Charter," which was so perfidiously abused, was nothing but a rallying cry for proving its alliance with these men. Did they already feel, as if by instinct, that they had just played a nasty trick on the bourgeoisie and, in the generosity of the victor, did they want to make advances and offer peace and friendship to their future adversaries? Whatever the case, the masses hadn't formally expressed any positive political will. What acted on them, what had thrown them into the public square, was the hatred of the Bourbons, the firm resolution to overthrow them. There was both Bonapartism and the Republic in the wishes they formed for the government that was to issue from the barricades. You know how the people, in its confidence in the chiefs they'd accepted and which their ancient hostility to Charles X made them consider them as equally implacable enemies of the entire Bourbon family, retired from the public squares once the battle was finished. At that point the bourgeois came out of their cellars and threw themselves in their thousands onto the streets, which the departure of the combatants had left free. There is no one who doesn't remember with what amazing suddenness the scene changed on the streets of Paris, like at a theater, the way suits replaced work jackets, in the blink of an eye, as if a fairy wand had made some disappear and others spring up. This was because the bullets were no longer flying. It was no longer a question of receiving blows, but of gathering up loot. To each his role, the men of the workshops disappeared, the men who work behind the counter appeared. It was then that the wretches who had been given victory as a deposit, after having attempted to place Charles X back on his throne, feeling that their lives were at risk and lacking the courage to brave the dangers of such a treason, stopped at a less perilous treason. A Bourbon was proclaimed king. Under the direction of agents paid with royal gold, 10 to 15,000 bourgeois put in place in the courts of the new palace saluted the master for a few days with their cries of enthusiasm. As for the people, since they have no dividends and lack the means to stroll beneath the windows of palaces, they were in the workshops. But they weren't accomplices in this unworthy usurpation that would not have occurred had they found men capable of guiding their angry and vengeful blows. Betrayed by their chiefs, abandoned by the schools, they remained silent and on their guard, as in 1815. I'll cite you as an example a coachman who drove me last Saturday. After having told me of the part he played in the combats of the 3 days, he added, "On the way to the chamber I encountered the procession of deputies headed towards the Hôtel de Ville. I followed them to see what they'd do. Then I saw Lafayette appear on the balcony with Louis Philippe and say, 'Frenchman, here is your king.' Sir, when I heard that word it was as if I'd been stabbed. I was blinded, I went on my way. That man is the people." This then was the situation of the parties immediately following the July Revolution. The upper class was crushed, the middle class, which hid itself during the combat and disapproved it, demonstrating as much cleverness as it did prudence, snatched the fruits of victory that were won despite them. The people, who did everything, remained a zero, as before. But a terrible act has been accomplished. Like a thunderbolt, the people had suddenly entered the political scene that they took by assault, and though more or less chased from it at the same instant, they nevertheless acted with mastery. They withdrew their resignation. It will henceforth be between them and the middle class that bitter war will be carried out. It's no longer between the upper classes and the bourgeois. In order to better resist, the latter will need to call their former enemies to their assistance. In fact, for a long time the bourgeoisie has not hidden its hatred of the people. If we examine the conduct of the government, there is in its policies, the same march, the same progression of hatred and violence as among the bourgeoisie, whose interests and passions it represents. When the bricks of the barricades were still piled up in the streets, all that was spoken of was the program of the Hôtel de Ville, of republican institutions, handshakes, popular proclamations. The grand words of liberty, independence, and national glory were bandied about. And then, when those in power had at their disposal an organized military force, pretensions mounted, all the laws, all the ordinances of the Restoration were invoked and applied. Later, the prosecution of the press, the persecutions of the men of July, the people beaten and tracked down with bayonet blows, taxes increased and collected with a rigor unheard of under the Restoration. This entire apparatus of tyranny revealed the government's hatreds and fears. But it felt that the people felt that same hatred for them, and not judging itself strong enough with the support of the bourgeoisie alone, it sought to rally the upper classes to its cause in order that, established on this dual base, it would be in a state to more successfully resist the threatened invasion of the proletarians. It is to this maneuver to conciliate the aristocracy that we should attach the system it has developed in the past 18 months. This is the key to its policy. And this upper class is almost entirely composed of royalists. In order to bring them along, it was thus necessary to as nearly as possible approach the Restoration, to follow its meanderings, to continue them. And this is what was done. Nothing was changed except the name of the king. The people's sovereignty was denied, trod upon. The court wore mourning attire for foreign princes, legitimacy was copied in all regards. Royalists were maintained in their places, and all those who had to leave in the first onrush of the revolution found more lucrative positions. The magistracy was preserved in such a way that the whole administration is in the hands of men devoted to the Bourbons. What is more, a part of this upper class, the most rotten part of it, that which above all wants gold and pleasures, deigned to promise its protection to public order. But the other part, the one I'll call the least rotted in order not to say honorable, that which has self-respect and faith in its opinions, which worships its flag and its old memories, these people reject with disgust the caresses of the middle way. They have behind them the largest part of the populations of the South and the West, all those peasants of the Vendée and Brittany who, having remained foreign to the movement of civilization, preserve an ardent faith in Catholicism, and with reason confound in their devotions Catholicism with legitimacy, for these are two things that have lived and must die together. Do you think that these simple and believing men are open to the seductions of bankers? No, citizens. For the people, whether if in their ignorance they are enflamed with religious fanaticism or if, more enlightened, they allow themselves to be carried away by enthusiasm for liberty, the people are ever great and generous. They don't obey low monetary interests but the nobler passions of the soul, the aspirations of elevated morality. But however delicately and deferentially we might handle Brittany and the Vendée, they are still ready to rise at the cry of God and King and threaten the government with their Catholic and royal armies, which the first shock will smash. And that's not all, that faction of the upper classes that attached itself to the middle way will abandon it at the first moment. All they promised was to not work to overthrow them. As for devotion, you know it's possible to have it towards coupon clippers. Even more, I'd say that the greatest part of the bourgeois, who are pressing, gathering around the government from hatred of the people who they fear, from fright at war, which they have a horror of for they think it'll take their acres from them, these bourgeois barely care for the current order, they feel it to be powerless to protect them. Let the white flag of the royalists come along that would guarantee them the oppression of the people and material security and they'd be ready to sacrifice their former political pretensions, for they bitterly regret having, through pride, sapped the power of the Bourbons and prepared their fall. They would abdicate their part of power to the hands of the aristocracy, willingly trading tranquility for servitude. For the government of Louis Philippe hardly reassures them. It can copy the Restoration all it wants, persecute patriots, set itself to erasing the stain of insurrection it is soiled with in the eyes of the adorers of public order. The memory of those 3 terrible days pursues them, dominates them. 18 months of successful war against the people were unable to counterbalance one sole popular victory. The battlefield is still theirs and that already old victory is suspended over power's head like the sword of Damocles. All are looking to see if the thread is not soon going to break. Citizens, 2 principles share France, that of legitimacy and that of popular sovereignty. The first is the ancient organization of the past. This is the framework society lived in for 1,400 years, and that some want to preserve by instinct of self-preservation, and others because they fear that the framework won't be able to be promptly replaced and anarchy will follow its dissolution. The principle of popular sovereignty rallies all men of the future, the masses who, tired of being exploited, seek to smash the framework that suffocates them. There is no third flag, no middle term. The middle road is foolishness, a bastard government that wants to give itself airs of legitimacy that one can only laugh at. And so the royalists, who perfectly understand this situation, profit from the tact and indulgence of those in power who seek to bring them over to them so as to more actively work at their destruction. Their many newspapers demonstrate daily that the only possible order is legitimacy, that the middle road is powerless to constitute the country, that apart from legitimacy there is only revolution and once the first has been left behind, there is only the second. What will then happen? The upper classes are waiting for the moment to raise the white flag. In the middle class the great majority, composed of those men who have no other homeland than their counter or their cash box, who would gladly become Russian, Prussian, or English to earn 2 liards on a piece of cloth or 1/4% additional profit on discount, will without fail line themselves up behind the white flag. The very name of war and popular sovereignty makes them tremble. The minority of that class, made up of intellectual professions and the small number of bourgeois who love the tricolor flag, the symbol of France's independence and freedom, will take the side of popular sovereignty. What is more, the moment of disaster is rapidly approaching. You see that the Chamber of Peers, the magistracy, and most civil servants are openly conspiring for the return of Henry V, mocking the middle road. Legitimist gazettes no longer hide either the hopes or the projects of the counter-revolution. The royalists in Paris and the provinces are gathering their forces, organizing the Vendée and Brittany, and are proudly planting their banner. They are openly saying that the bourgeoisie is with them, and they aren't wrong. They are only waiting for a signal from foreign lands to raise the white banner, for in foreign countries they would be crushed by the people. They know this, and we are counting on their being crushed, even with foreign support. You can be assured, citizens, that they will not want for this support. This is the place to take a look at our relations with the European powers. It should be noted, in fact, that the external situation has developed in parallel with the political march of the government internally. External shame has grown in the exact same proportion as bourgeois despotism and the poverty of the masses internally. At the first sound of our revolution the kings lost their heads, and the electric spark of insurrection having rapidly set Belgium, Poland, and Italy aflame, they sincerely thought their last day had arrived. How could it be imagined that the revolution didn't mean a revolution, that the expulsion of the Bourbons didn't mean the expulsion of the Bourbons, that the overturning of the Restoration would be a new edition of the Restoration? Not even the maddest of individuals could believe this. The cabinet saw in the 3 days the awakening of the French people and the beginning of its vengeance against the oppressors of nations. Nations judged in the same way as cabinets. But for our friends and enemies it was soon obvious that France had fallen into the hands of cowardly merchants who asked only to traffic in its independence and to sell its glory and liberty at the best price possible. While the kings awaited our declaration of war, they received begging letters in which the French government implored pardon for its errors. The new master excused himself for having participated against his will in the revolt. He protested his innocence and his hatred for the revolution that he promised to tame, to punish, to wipe out if his good friends the kings promised him their protection, a small place in the Holy Alliance whose faithful servant he would become. The foreign cabinets understood that the people weren't complicit in this treason and that it wouldn't delay in rendering justice. Their decision was taken: exterminate the insurrections that had broken out in Europe, and when everything returns to order unite their forces against France and come strangle in Paris itself the revolution and the revolutionary agent. This plan was followed with an admirable consistency and skill. They couldn't go too fast, because the people of July, still full of their recent triumph, would have been too alert to a too direct threat and would have forced its government's hand. In any event, it was necessary to grant time to the middle way to stifle enthusiasm, discourage patriots, and instill mistrust and discord in the nation. They also couldn't go too slowly, for the masses could have grown tired of the servitude and poverty that weighed on it internally and for a second time smash the yoke before the foreigners were in shape. All of these shoals were avoided. The Austrians invaded Italy. The bourgeois who govern us said good, and bowed before Austria. The Russians exterminated Poland. Our government cried very good, and prostrated itself before Russia. During this time the London Conference amused the onlookers with its protocols aimed at assuring the independence of Belgium, for a restoration in Belgium would have opened France's eyes and it would have been in a position to defend its work. The kings are now taking a forward step. They don't want an independent Belgium, it's a Dutch restoration they want to impose on it. The three courts of the North, confronted with the massacre, refused to ratify the famous treaty that cost the conference 16 months of labor. And now will the middle way respond with a declaration of war on this insolent aggression? War. Good God! The word makes the bourgeois turn pale. Listen to them. War means bankruptcy, war means the Republic. War can only be supported with the blood of the people, the bourgeoisie doesn't involve itself in this. Their interests, their passions have to be appealed to in the name of liberty, of the fatherland's independence. The country must be put back into their hands, which alone can save it. It would be 100 times better to see the Russians in Paris than to unleash the passions of the multitude. At least the Russians are friends of order, they re-established order in Warsaw. These are calculations and the language of the middle way. The royalists will keep themselves at the ready, and next spring the Russians, on crossing the border, will find their lodgings prepared for them as far as Paris. For you can be sure that when the time comes the bourgeoisie will not resolve to make war. Its terror will have been increased by all the fear that will be inspired in it by the anger of a people betrayed and sold out, and you'll see the merchants brandish the white rosette and receive the enemy as a liberator, for the Cossacks frighten them less than the mob in work jackets. Auguste Blanqui's defense speech at the trial of the 15, January 12, 1832. *******. Source, Auguste Blanqui, texts Jos Isis, with foreword and notes by V.P. Valguin, Editions Social, Paris 1971. Translated, Mitchell Abider and Philippe L. E. Goff. Subject to copyleft new free documentation license. January 12, 1832. Members of the jury. I am accused of having told 30 million French people, proletarians like me, that they had the right to live. If that is a crime, then it seems to me at least that I should only respond to those who are not parties to the very question they are judging. Indeed, gentlemen, be sure to note that the public prosecutor did not appeal to your sense of equity and your reason, but to your passions and your interests. He is not calling for severity in response to a breach of morals and the laws, he seeks only to unleash vengeance against what he presents to you as a threat to your existence and your property. I am thus not standing before judges, but am in the presence of enemies. As a result, there would be no point in defending myself. I have resigned myself to every possible sentence you might pass upon me, while nevertheless vigorously protesting against the substitution of violence for justice by trusting in the future to restore force to right. However, if it is my duty as a proletarian deprived of all the rights of the city, to reject the competence of a court where only the privileged, who are not my peers, can sit, I am convinced that your hearts are noble enough to honorably appreciate the role that honor imposes on you in a situation where disarmed adversaries are, in a sense, handed over to you to be sacrificed. As for our role, it is written in advance, the role of accuser is the only one appropriate for the oppressed. For one could not imagine how men who have been invested with a momentary power through stealth and fraud can, at their will, drag patriots before their courts and force us to beg mercy for our patriotism by showing us the sword. Do not think that we came here to justify the offenses for which we are charged. Far from it. We are honored by this accusation, and it is from this very criminal's bench, where we have the honor of sitting today, that we will launch our own accusations against the scoundrels who have ruined and disinured France, while waiting for the natural order of roles, for which the opposing benches of this courtroom are designed, to be restored, and for accusers and accused to take their rightful places. What I want to say will explain why we wrote the lines for which we stand accused by the Crown, and why we will continue to write more still. The public prosecutor has, so to speak, conjured up in your minds a slave revolt in order to stir up your hatred through fear. You see, he says, this is the war of the poor against the rich. All those who have property have an interest in repelling the invasion. We bring your enemies before you. Strike them now, before they become any more fearsome. Yes, gentlemen, this is the war between rich and poor. The rich wanted it so, for they are the aggressors. But they find it wrong that the poor fight back. They would readily say, in speaking of the people, this animal is so ferocious that it defends itself when attacked. The prosecuting lawyer's entire philippic can be summed up in this one sentence. Proletarians are constantly denounced as thieves prepared to launch themselves on property. Why? Because they complain of being crushed by taxes that are for the benefit of the privileged few. As for the privileged few, who live off the backs of the proletariat, they are the legal owners who are threatened with pillaging from a greedy rabble. This is not the first time that the executioners act as if they are the victims. So who are these thieves worthy of such anathemas and torment? 30 million French people who pay $1.5 billion to the tax department and about an equal amount to the privileged few. Meanwhile the owning class, whose power must be protected by the whole of society, comprise 200,000 or 300,000 idlers who calmly devour the billions paid to them by the thieves. It seems to me that is it here, in a new form and between different adversaries, that we discover the war of the feudal barons against the merchants they robbed on the highways. Indeed, the present government has no base other than this iniquitous distribution of benefits and burdens. It was established in 1814 by the Restoration and by grace of the foreign powers with the aim of enriching an imperceptible minority from the nation's spoils. 100,000 bourgeois form what is called, by a bitter irony, its democratic element. What, good God, will happen to the other elements? Paul Courier has already immortalized the parliamentary stugpot, that suction and relief pump that treads upon the matter called the people in order to suck the billions out of them that are continuously paid into the coffers of a few idlers, this pitiless machine that grinds down 25 million peasants and 5 million workers one by one in order to extract their purest blood and transfuse it into the veins of the privileged few. The cogs of this machine, devised with amazing artistry, affect the poor every minute of the day, pursuing them in the most basic necessities of their humble lives, taking half of their smallest of earnings and their most miserable of pleasures. And yet it is not enough that so much money travels from the pockets of the proletarians to those of the rich in passing through the abysses of the tax department, even greater sums are levied directly on the masses by the privileged few, by means of the laws which govern industrial and commercial transactions, laws that the privileged few have the exclusive right to make. In order for the landowner to get a high rent for his land, foreign corn is hit by an import duty that increases the price of the bread, and you know that a few centimes more or less on a loaf of bread is a matter of life or death for thousands of workers. The grain law hits the maritime population of the Midi especially hard. To enrich some large manufacturers and forest owners, iron from Germany and Sweden is subject to enormous duties, such that peasants are forced to pay a high price for poorly made tools, even though they could get excellent ones at a good price. The foreigner in turn takes revenge on our prohibitions by forcing French wine out of his markets, which, together with the taxes that weigh on this commodity inside the country, reduces the richest regions of France to destitution, and kills viticulture, this country's most natural and indigenous form of agriculture, that which best promotes the enrichment of the soil and small-scale property. I will not speak about the tax on salt, the lottery, the tobacco monopoly, in a word, this inextricable network of taxes, monopolies, prohibitions, customs duties, and octroi charges that envelopes the proletariat, that enchains and atrophies it. Suffice to say that this mass tax burden is always partitioned such a way as to benefit the rich and to weigh exclusively on the poor, or rather so that the idlers can carry out a shameful plundering of the working masses. In fact, plundering is essential. Should there not be a large civil list to defray the cost of the royal family, to console it for the sublime sacrifice it has made of its peace and quiet for the happiness of the country? And, since one of the principal qualifications of the younger hereditary Bourbons consists in its large family, the state will not be stingy and refuse the princes their prerogatives or the princesses their dowries. There is also an immense army of holders of sinecures, of diplomats and civil servants to whom France, for its own happiness, must pay huge salaries so they are wealthy enough to enrich the privileged bourgeoisie. For all the money of those contributing to the budget is spent in the cities, and not a single sou of the 1.5 billion livres, 5/6 of which they contribute, must return to the peasants. Likewise, should not this new financial star, this 19th century Gil Blas, courtier of and apologist for all the ministries, darling of the Count de Olivares and the Duke of Lerma alike, be able to sell high offices for hard cash? It is essential to oil the large cogs of the representative machine, to richly endow sons, nephews, cousins, and the courtesans of both sexes, the schemers, the croupiers who gamble the honor and future of the country on the stock exchange, the brothel madams, the mistresses, the dealers, the writers bought off by the police who speculate on the fall on Poland, all the vermin of the palaces and salons speculate on the fall of Poland, should they not all be gorged on gold? Should one not encourage the fermentation of this manure that fertilize public opinion so successfully? This is the government that the silver tongues at the ministry present to us as the highest form of social organization, the encapsulation of all that was good and perfect in the various administrative mechanisms since the deluge. This is what they praise as the ne plus ultra of human perfectibility as far as government is concerned. It is quite simply the theory of corruption pushed to its furthest limits. The strongest proof that this order of things has been established to serve only the exploitation of the poor by the rich, that no other foundation has been sought than an ignoble and brutal materialism, is that intelligence has been made abject. Indeed, this is a guarantee of morality, and the morality inadvertently introduced into such a system could only enter as an infallible element of destruction. I ask, gentlemen, how men of heart and intelligence, rejected as pariahs by an insipid aristocracy of wealth, could not be profoundly affected by such a cruel affront? How could they remain indifferent to the shame of their country, to the suffering of the proletariat, their brothers in misfortune? Their duty is to call on the masses to smash the yoke of misery and ignominy. I have carried out this duty and, regardless of imprisonment, we will carry it out until the bitter end by defying our enemies. When you have behind you a great mass of people marching towards the triumph of its well-being and freedom, you must know how to throw yourself into the ditch in order to act as a fascine and fill it in and build a road for them. The organs of the ministries smugly repeat that avenues are available for proletarians to voice their grievances, that the law provides them with the regular means through which to advance their interests. This is an insult. The tax department hounds them with its gaping maw. They must work night and day, in order to constantly feed this chasm's insatiable hunger. They can consider themselves lucky if some scraps remain for them to disguise the hunger of their children. The people do not write in the newspapers, they do not send petitions to the chambers, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, all the voices that have an echo in the political sphere, the voices of the salons, those of the boutiques, of the cafes, in a word all the places where what is called public opinion is formed are the voices of the privileged few. Not one belongs to the people, they are mute, they vegetate far from these high places where their destiny is determined. When, by chance, the tribune or the press let slip some words of pity about the people's poverty, they hasten to impose silence in the name of public safety, which forbids touching upon these burning issues, or instead they cry out about anarchy. If some persist, prison enacts justice on these vociferations that trouble the ministerial digestion. And then, when there is silence all around, they say, you see, France is happy, it is peaceful, order reigns. But in spite of these precautionary measures the cry of hunger issued by thousands of poor wretches still reaches the ears of the privileged few. They roar, they exclaim, the law must retain its force. A nation's sole passion should be for the law. Gentlemen, in your opinion, are all laws good? Have there never been any that horrified you? Do you not know of any that are ridiculous, odious, or immoral? Is it possible to entrench oneself in this way behind an abstract word that applies to a chaos of 40,000 laws, and which equally signifies what is best and what is worst? You respond, if there are bad laws, ask for legal reform, in the meantime, obey. This is an even more bitter insult. The laws are made by 100,000 voters, applied by 100,000 jurors, enforced by 100,000 urban National Guards, for the rural National Guard, which too closely resembles the people has been disorganized with great care, and these voters, these jurors, these National Guardsmen are the same individuals, those who accumulate the most conflicting roles and are once legislators, judges, and soldiers, such that the same man who in the morning created a deputy, that is, the law, applies this law at midday in his capacity as a juror, and carries it out in the evening in the streets while wearing the National Guard uniform. What are the 30 million proletarians doing while all these changes occur? They pay. The apologists of representative government have largely based their praise on the system having successfully established the separation of the legislative, judicial, and executive powers. They couldn't find sufficient expressions of admiration for this marvelous equilibrium that has solved the long-standing problem of reconciling order with freedom, movement with stability. Well, it would seem that it is precisely the representative system, as the apologists describe it, that concentrates the three powers in the hands of a privileged few, united by the same interests. Does this chaos not constitute the most monstrous of tyrannies, even by its apologists' own admission? So what is the upshot? The proletarian remains on the outside. The chambers, elected by the monopolizers of power, continue unperturbed, manufacturing tax, penal and administrative laws, all with the same aim of exploitation. If the people, crying of their hunger, were to ask the privileged to abdicate their privileges, the monopolists to relinquish their monopolies, and all of them to renounce their idleness, they will be laughed at. What would the nobility have done in 1789 if they had been humbly begged to give up their feudal rights? They would have punished the insolence. Things, though, were done differently then. The most skillful of this gutless aristocracy, sensing all that threatens them in the despair of a starving multitude, suggest their misery be slightly alleviated, not out of humanity, God forbid, but to save itself from the danger. As for political rights, not a word is to said. It is simply a matter of throwing the proletarians a bone to gnaw on. Other men, with better intentions, claim that the people are tired of freedom and ask only to live. I am not sure what vague despotic impulses lead them to exalt the example of Napoleon, who knew how to rally the masses by giving them bread in exchange for freedom. It is true that this despotic leveller was supported for a time, and it was above all through flattering the passion for equality by shooting corrupt traitors who today would get off with becoming deputies. He did not perish any the less for having killed freedom. This is a valuable lesson for those who seek to be his heirs. It's not permissible to respond to the cries of distress of a starving population by repeating the insulting words of imperial Rome, panem et circenses. Let it be known that the people no longer beg. It is not a question of dropping some crumbs from a splendid table to amuse them. The people do not need alms, they intend to secure their own well-being. They want to make and they will make the laws that govern them. Laws will then no longer be made against them, they will be made for them because they will be made by them. We do not recognize anyone's right to grant largesse which a contrary whim could revoke. We call for the 30 million French people to choose the form of their government and elect through universal suffrage, the representatives whose mission will be that of making laws. Once this reform is accomplished, the taxes that strip the poor for the benefit of the rich will be promptly abolished and replaced by others established on the contrary basis. Instead of taking from the proletarian workers to give to the rich, taxes must seize the superfluity from the idlers to distribute it among this mass of destitute men, condemned to inactivity by the lack of money. Taxes must strike the unproductive consumers so as to stimulate the sources of production, taxes must facilitate the further reduction of the public debt, the purulent scourge of the country. Finally, taxes must substitute for the stock exchange's disastrous swindling with a system of national banks where active men will be able to find funds for investment. Then, but only then, will taxes be a benefit. This, gentlemen, is what we mean by the Republic, and only this. The spectre of 93 is scarecrow meant for porters and domino players. Note, gentlemen, that I deliberately said the words universal suffrage to show our contempt for certain parallels. We all know well that when a government is backed into a corner it makes use of lies, calumnies, and ridiculous or perfidious tales to restore some credence to the old tale it has been exploiting for so long, that of an alliance between the Republicans and the Carlists, that is, between that which is most antithetical in the world. This is its sheet anchor, its great resource for finding some support. And the most idiotic conspiracies straight out of a melodrama, the most odious farces invented by the police do not appear too dangerous a game to them if they manage, in frightening France with the Carlism it detests, to divert it a few days longer from the Republican paths where its instinct for its salvation leads it. But who can be convinced of the possibility of this unnatural union? Do the Carlists not have the blood of our friends who died on the Restoration scaffolds on their hands? We do not forget our martyrs so easily. Was it not in opposition to the revolutionary spirit represented by the tricolor flag that the Bourbons stirred up Europe for 25 years, and against which they still seek to rile it up? This flag is not yours, apostles of quasi-legitimacy. It is that of the Republic. It is we, the Republicans, who raised it in 1830, without you and in spite of you, you who burned it in 1815, and Europe knows that only a republican France will defend it when the kings attack once again. If there is a natural alliance anywhere, it is between you and the Carlists. Not that the same man suits you both for the time being, they are sticking to their man, who isn't here, but you will probably sell yours down the river so as to be more accommodating and more surely arrive at what you both wish for, not least because doing so will simply return you to your old stable. Indeed, the very word Carlists is nonsensical. In France there are and can only be royalists and republicans. With each day the question becomes clearer between these two principles. The good people who had believed in a third principle, a gender-neutral species called a just milieu, are gradually abandoning this absurdity, and they will all return to one or the other flag, according to their passion and their interest. It will soon be necessary to choose between the monarchical monarchy and the republican republic. We will see whom the majority are for. Still, if the Chamber of Deputies opposition, as national as it is, cannot rally the whole country, if it allows the government to accuse it of incompetence and impotence, it is because, even though clearly rejecting royalty, it has not dared to declare itself as for the republic with the same frankness. It is because in saying what it did not want, it did not articulate what it did want. It hasn't resolved to accept the word republic, with which the corrupt endeavor to frighten the nation, knowing full well that the nation wants it almost unanimously. For 40 years that have successfully disfigured history with the goal of causing fear. But the last 18 months have corrected many errors, dispelled many lies, and the people will not allow themselves to be deceived for much longer. They want both freedom and well-being. It is slanderous to portray them as prepared to exchange all their freedoms for a piece of bread. We must cast this imputation back at the political atheists who threw it. Is it not the people who, in every crisis, showed they were ready to sacrifice their welfare and their lives for moral interests? Was it not the people who asked to die in 1814, rather than seeing foreigner invaders in Paris? And yet what material need pushed them to this act of devotion? They had bread on April 1 just as they did on March 30. These privileged few, who one would have assumed would be easily roused by the grand ideas of fatherland and honor owing to the exquisite sensitivity they owed to opulence, and who could at least have calculated better than others the disastrous consequences of the foreign invasion, was it not they who, in fact they displayed the white rosette before the enemy and kissed the boots of the Cossack? What? Classes that applauded at the country's dishonour, which openly profess a most disgusting materialism, that would sacrifice 1,000 years of freedom, prosperity, and glory for a 3-day ceasefire bought by infamy. These classes have in their hands exclusive custody of national dignity. Because they are debased by corruption, they only recognize in the people the appetites of beasts in order to arrogate to themselves the right to distribute what food is necessary to sustain the dehumanized vegetation that they exploit. Neither is it hunger which pushed the proletarians into the streets in July. They were motivated by feelings of the highest morality, the desire to redeem themselves from servitude by performing a great service to the country, and especially by the hatred of the Bourbons. For the people never recognized the Bourbons. Their hatred smoldered for 15 years, they waited in silence for the chance to take revenge. And, when their mighty hand smashed the Bourbon yoke, they believed that they had also torn up the treaties of 1815. For the proletariat is a greater politician than the statesman. Its instinct told it that a nation does not have a future so long its past is burdened with a shame of which it has not been cleansed. And so, to war. Not to recommence absurd conquests, but to lift the interdiction on France, to return to it its honor, the basic condition for prosperity. War in order to prove to the nations of Europe, our sisters, that far from holding a grudge against them for the error, mortal for us and them, that led them with their arms into the heart of France in 1814, we know how to avenge both them and us by punishing the lying kings and bearing peace and freedom to our neighbors. This is what the 30 million Frenchmen wanted who enthusiastically greeted the new era. This is what should have come out of the July Revolution. It came to serve as a complement to our 40 revolutionary years. Under the Republic, the people had won freedom at the price of famine. the empire gave them a kind of well-being while stripping them of their freedom. The two regimes were able to gloriously enhance our dignity abroad, the basic requirement for a great nation. All of this perished in 1815, and the foreigners' victory lasted 15 years. What, then, was the Battle of July, if not revenge for this long defeat and the reforging of the chain of our nationality? And since every revolution is progress, should not this one have guaranteed us the full enjoyment of those gains which until then we had only partially secured, and finally returned to us all that we had lost with the Restoration? Freedom, well-being, dignity abroad? Such was the motto inscribed on the plebeian flag of 1830. The ultra-royalists read, "Uphold all privileges." The Charter of 1814. Quasi-legitimacy. As a result, they gave the people servitude and misery within, infamy without. Did the proletariat then fight simply to change the face on the banknotes they so seldom see? Are we that curious about new metals that we overturn thrones in order to give free rein to this whimsicality? This is the opinion of a ministerial propagandist who claims that in July we continued to want a constitutional monarchy, with Louis Philippe taking the place of Charles X. The people, according to him, fought only as an instrument of the middle classes, that is to say that the proletarians are gladiators who kill and are killed for the amusement and benefit of the privileged few, who applaud from their balconies. Once the battle has ended, of course. The pamphlet containing these fine theories on representative government appeared on November 20. Lyon responded on the 21st. The response of the people of Lyon was so decisive nobody mentioned the propagandist's work again. What an abyss the events of Lyon have just revealed before our very eyes. The whole country was moved with pity at the sight of this army of ghosts, half consumed by hunger, running into the grape shot so that at least they could die instantly. And it is not only in Lyon, workers are dying everywhere, crushed by taxes. These men, once so proud of a victory that linked their arrival on the political stage to the triumph of freedom, whose revival required all of Europe, are fighting hunger that does not leave them enough strength to protest against so much dishonor being added to the dishonor of the Restoration. Even the cry of the dying Poland could not turn them away from the contemplation of their own miseries, and they held back what tears remained to shed them over themselves and over their children. What sufferings these were, that could lead them to so quickly forget the exterminated Poles. This is the France of July as the ultra-royalists have made it? Who would have thought it? In those intoxicating days, as we wandered without thinking, our rifles on our shoulders, through streets with their paving stones torn up and barricades, stunned by our triumph, our breasts filled with happiness, dreaming about the pale faces of kings and the joy of their people as the distant roar of our Marseillaise reached their ears, who would have said that such joy and glory would turn into such affliction? Seeing these great, 6-foot-tall workers, whose rags the bourgeoisie, as they came trembling from their cellars, willingly kissed, and whose disinterestedness and courage they spoke of with sobs of admiration, who would have thought that they would die of poverty on these streets, streets they themselves had conquered, and that their admirers would now call them the scourge of society? Magnanimous shades! Glorious workers, whose dying hand I grasped in a final farewell on the battlefield, whose dying faces I covered with rags, you died happy in the midst of a victory which should have redeemed your race. And yet, 6 months later, I found your children in the deepest dungeons, and each evening I fell asleep on my pallet to the sound of their moaning, to the imprecations of their torturers, and to the whistle of the whip that silenced their cries. Gentlemen, is there not some imprudence in these insults cast at men who have tried their strength, and who find themselves in worse conditions than those that pushed them into battle? Is it wise to so teach the people so bitterly that it was the dupe of its own moderation in victory? Can you be sure that the proletarians' clemency will no longer be needed, that you can safely risk finding them merciless? It seems that the only precautions taken against popular vengeance is to exaggerate the picture in advance, as if this exaggeration, these imaginary scenes of murder and plunder, were the only means to avert the reality. It is easy to aim the bayonet at the chests of men who surrendered their arms after victory. What will be less easy is erasing the memory of this victory. Almost 18 months have been spent rebuilding piece by piece what was toppled in 48 hours, and the 18 months of reaction have failed weaken the work of 3 days. No human force can cast into the void what was achieved. Ask those who complained of an effect without a cause if they believe there can be causes without effects. France conceived in the bloody embraces of 6,000 heroes, the childbirth can be long and painful, but the wombs are robust, and the ultra-royalist poisoners will not cause it to abort. You confiscated the rifles of July. Yes, but the bullets have been fired. Every bullet of the Parisian workers is making its way around the world. They strike without cease, and they will continue to strike until not a single enemy of freedom and the happiness of the people is left standing. Democratic Propaganda. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Citizen. The sympathies of the masses, tempered anew by a system of terror, are reawakening more lively than ever. They are a spring that compression has made more energetic and that only asks to be released. It is up to us to favor this movement of expansion. If the doctrinaires were able to flatter themselves that they had crushed democracy with no chance of return, it's because the late catastrophe permitted them to put a halt to propaganda. Re-establish it and we will move forward. For the aristocracy is powerless to fight against republicans on the field of ideas. If the press is still an arm in its hands, it's because it uses it to spread slander, while we, with the sole force of our doctrines of equality and fraternity, are sure to carry the masses along. But it's necessary that our voice reach them. Let us then unite our efforts, citizen, in order to destroy the most odious of monopolies, the monopoly on enlightenment. Let us prove to the proletarians that they have the right to ease with freedom, to free, common, and equal education, to intervene in the government, all of which are forbidden them. As you see, citizen, we have less a political change in mind than a social refoundation. The extension of political rights, electoral reform, and universal suffrage can be excellent things, but only as means, not as goals. What our goal is the equal sharing of the charges and benefits of society, is the total establishment of the reign of equality. Without this radical reorganization, all formal modifications in government will be nothing but lies, all revolutions nothing but comedies performed for the benefit of the ambitious. But it isn't enough to vaguely declare that all men are equal, it's not enough to combat the slanders of the evil, to destroy prejudices, and the habits of servility carefully maintained among the people. Through principles it's necessary to replace the prejudices in their hearts. It's necessary to convince the proletarians that equality is possible, that it is necessary. They must be penetrated with the sentiment of their dignity and clearly shown their rights and duties. This must be the direction of our efforts. They will only be effective with the cooperation of all Republicans. We appeal to their devotion and ask for their active and disinterested cooperation. It is evident that new writings with the goal we have just indicated from a Republican pen would be the object of perpetual harassment, whatever their moderation. We have resolved to foil the zeal of the police. What is important to us above all is to enlighten the masses. Trials, imprisonments, and fines would quickly smash our efforts, despite all of our patriotically inspired perseverance. We will limit ourselves to propagandizing by reprinting fragments of the best works published in the interests of the people, works that have freely circulated for some time. We will select those that most clearly deal with the great questions of equality and liberty. Those that tend to establish as the sole basis for social institutions the principle of the brotherhood of man and as sole guarantee of their lasting quality the responsibility of power. If the ideas developed by these diverse writings are not always as up-to-date as those most advanced in their interest in the future might hope, it should be remembered that public instruction is in such a sad state that those truths that are old for the enlightened are new to the proletarian. The writings we will publish will have 4 in 12 pages and will appear irregularly in such a way as to form a brochure of 96 pages at the end of the year. For 1 Fr 25c 100 copies will be received at home. It is possible to subscribe for a smaller number. Those citizens in Paris and the departments who want to second us in these efforts are requested to send their exact names and addresses to Roanette's bookstore, Rue Verdelet, number 6. L'Auguste Blanqui, Hadot. Our publications will appear irregularly, twice a month. Since most writings cannot reach the people, who don't have the means to pay for them, the particular goal that we have proposed is to remedy the situation by a free distribution to proletarians. Those citizens who want to second us in our work should spread among the people the copies they have received by giving them out. In order to receive the publications at home, it is necessary to subscribe for 20 copies of each publication, postage costs not permitting us to send fewer than this. Subscribers for fewer than 20 copies must get them at the office, Roanette's, Rue Verdelet, number 6. Organization of the Society of Families. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Each fraction of the society is called a family. The family is made up of 5 initiated, who meet twice a month under the presidency of a chief named by the center. In order to be admitted, one must be of age, have a good reputation and good conduct, justify one's means of existence, and be gifted with great discretion. Proposals for membership are made within the family, which discusses the merits of the candidate and can refuse or accept him. The names, estate, and lodging of the candidate are immediately sent to the center so that scrupulous investigation can be made concerning the morality, sobriety, discretion and energy of the candidate. No opening should be made before this information is addressed to the chief of the family. If the opening is accepted, the presenter turns over to the candidate a series of questions that he must answer prior to his reception. Receptions are made blindfolded by the chief of the family, in the presence of the proposed member alone. In so far as it is possible, they must take place during the day and, in any event, in the light. The chief of the family must never forget to say to the recipient that no trace remains of what is done, that it is impossible for the police to discover anything, and that consequently no confession must ever be made in court, under penalty of passing for a traitor and being punished as such. The recipient must be made to feel the importance of entering the National Guard. Questions should be posed on arms and munitions. The work is directed by the chief of the family who, at the opening of sessions, makes a report on what transpired at the previous session. The work is terminated by proposals, presentations, and the collecting of dues. First issue of Le Liberateur. Source, Ouvres, Textes Rassembles et Présents par Dominique Deleuze. Nancy, Presses Universitaires de Nancy, 1993. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Goal of the newspaper. Of all the exclusions that weigh on the citizen without a fortune, the most painful and the one most bitterly felt is that which prohibits him from publishing his thoughts. One can be consoled for not participating in the election of a deputy or a municipal functionary. But we are profoundly wounded by the evil designs of a legislation that restricts thought when that thought doesn't have the insolent pass handed out by wealth. Those men devoted to defending the principle of equality will never forgive the ministers whose popular names served as a cloak for that law of security deposits and franking that makes the press a slave to the opulent classes, for it is they who bear the responsibility for that irreparable fault. And when, carried away by the boiling up of indignation against triumphant iniquity, they raise their voices, an iron glove smashes the words on their lips. They are forbidden to take in hand the interests of the oppressed. They don't have the right to that. It's a right that only belongs to the rich. One must be rich in order to better identify with the poor, and riches alone gives the guts to feel and express their sufferings. This newspaper is a protest against forces insulting derision. A lone citizen, without money, without a sou put away, undertakes to brave the prohibition imposed by the aristocracy of the ECU against the poor man who dares to think. With his health destroyed, barely out of the prison where a verdict had him expiate the cries he raised up in favor of exploited workers, his hands still marked by the imprint of handcuffs, he today again takes up arms. And he will write, having ceaselessly before his eyes the unfortunate brothers that he left behind in those sad tombs. He is not one of those men who, in the midst of a society torn apart by passions, claims to feel no passion, who in order not to displease selfish dominators protects himself against all convictions as if they were evil things, and affects to maintain a cowardly impartiality between those who suffer and those who cause suffering. The only role appropriate for an honest man is that of loudly avowing his affections and his hatreds. One should feel sorry for those who boast of the fact that they neither love nor hate anyone, for if they are telling the truth they have nothing in their breasts. And if they lie, what authority remains to their words? Those of Le Liberateur will be frank, with neither reticence nor hesitations. On one hand it will make an effort to expose in simple, clear, and precise terms why the people are unhappy and how they can cease to be so. It will explain the nature of the relationships that exist today between the master and the worker, the social question that virtually on its own constitutes all of political economy, and about which professors say barely a word. And at the same time, addressing itself to men whose profound meditations turn them from the hustle and bustle of the moment in order to embrace from on high all of humanity in its past and its future, it will submit to them its critical views on the current organization, or rather, disorganization, as well as ideas on the principles that should preside over the recomposition of the social order. Who makes the soup should eat it. Source: Auguste Blanqui, Textes Coisus, avec préface et notes PARVP. Valguine, Editions Sociales, Paris, 1971. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Wealth is born of intelligence and labor. But these two forces can only act with the aid of a passive element, the land, which they put to work by their combined efforts. It thus seems that this indispensable instrument should belong to all men. Such is not the case. Individuals have taken over common land by ruse or violence, declaring themselves its owners. They have established by law that it will always be theirs, and that the right to property will become the foundation of the social constitution, which is to say that it will come before and, if need be, absorb all human rights, even that to life, if it has the ill fortune to find itself in conflict with the privilege of a small number. The right to property has extended itself by logical deduction from the land to other instruments, the accumulated products of labor, designated by the generic name of capital. Since capital, sterile in and of itself, can only fructify through labor, and, on the other hand, since it is the primary matter worked on by social forces, the majority, excluded from its possession, finds itself condemned to forced labor, to the profit of the possessing minority. Neither the instruments nor the fruits of labor belong to the workers, but to the idlers. The gluttonous branches absorb the tree's sap, to the detriment of the fertile boughs. The hornets devour the honey created by the bees. Such is our social order, founded on conquest, which has divided populations into victors and vanquished. The logical consequence of such an organization is slavery. And we didn't have to wait long for its arrival. In fact, with land acquiring value only from cultivation, the privileged have drawn the conclusion that, thanks to the right to own land, they also have that to own the human livestock that makes it fertile. In the first place they have considered it as a complement to their domain, but, in the final analysis, they see it as personal property, independent of the land. Nevertheless, the principle of equality, engraved in the depths of the heart, and which conspires, with the centuries, to destroy the exploitation of man by man in all its forms, delivered the first blow to the sacrilegious right to property by smashing slavery. Privilege was forced to reduce itself to the possession of men not as furniture, but as real estate auxiliary to, and inseparable from, real estate in the form of land. In the 16th century a deadly rebirth of oppression brought about the enslavement of blacks, and even today the inhabitants of a land reputed to be French own men in the same way as clothing and horses. There is, in fact, less of a difference than meets the eye between our state and that of the colonies. After 18 centuries of war between privilege and equality, the homeland, theater, and principal champion of this struggle, could not put up with slavery in its naked brutality. But the fact exists in name, and the right to property, while more hypocritical in Paris than in Martinique, is neither less inflexible nor less oppressive. In fact, servitude does not consist solely in being a man's thing, or a lord's serf. He is not free who, deprived of the instruments of labor, remains at the mercy of the privileged who are their owners. This is the state that feeds revolt. In order to exorcise this peril, they try to reconcile Cain with Abel. From the necessity of capital as an instrument of labor, they go on to conclude in the community of interests, and then to that of solidarity between the capitalist and the worker. How many artistically embroidered phrases there are on this canvas! The lamb is shorn for his own health. It owes thanks. Our Aesculapiuses know how to sugarcoat the pill. There are still some who are fooled by these homilies, but they are few. Each day the light shines brighter on this so-called association of the parasite and its victim. But the facts are eloquent, they prove the duel to the death, between revenue and salary. It's a question of justice and good sense. Let's examine the situation. There is no society without labor. What's more, there exist no idlers who do not have need of workers. But what need do workers have of idlers? Is capital only productive in the workers' hands on condition that it not belong to them? I imagine the proletariat, deserting en masse, taking its tools and its labor to some distant land. Would it by chance die due to the absence of its masters? Can the new society only come about by creating lords of the land and of capital, in handing over to a caste of idlers the ownership of all the instruments of labor? Is there no other social mechanism possible but this division of owners and the salaried? On the other hand, how curious it would be to see the expression on the faces of our proud lords abandoned by their slaves. What would be done with their palaces, their workshops, their deserted fields? Would they die of hunger in the midst of their riches, or would they put on work clothes, take up the pick and, in their turn, humbly sweat on some plot of land? How much would all of them cultivate? But a people of 32 million souls doesn't retire to Mount Aventine. Let us then take the opposite and more realizable hypothesis. One fine day the idlers evacuate the soil of France, which remains in the workers' hands. A day of happiness and triumph. What an immense relief for so many chests, relieved of the weight that crushes them. How freely this multitude breathes. Citizens, sing in chorus the song of deliverance. Axiom: the nation is impoverished by the death of a worker. She is enriched by that of an idler. The death of a wealthy man is a benefit. Yes. The right of property is in decline. Generous spirits prophesy and call for its fall. The Essenian principle of reality has slowly sapped it over the course of 18 centuries through the successive abolition of the various servitudes which served as the basis for its power. It will disappear one day, along with the last privileges that serve as its refuge and yoke. The past and the present guarantee us this resolution. For humanity is never stationary. It either advances or goes back. Its progressive march led it to equality. Its backward march climbs, by all of privilege's steps, to personal slavery, the final word in the right of property. To be sure, before returning there, European civilization would have perished. But through what catastrophe? A Russian invasion? To the contrary, it is the North that will itself be invaded by the principle of equality that the French bring in the conquest of nations. The future is not in doubt. Let us immediately say that equality doesn't consist in the partitioning of land. The splitting up of land will really change nothing concerning the right of property. With wealth growing from the ownership of the instruments of labor, rather than through labor itself, the spirit of exploitation left standing would soon know, through the reconstruction of large fortunes, how to restore social inequality. Association alone, in place of private property, will serve as the basis for the reign of justice through equality. This is the foundation of the growing ardor of men of the future to make clear and highlight the elements of association. We, too, will perhaps bring our contingent to the common task. Appeal of the Committee of the Society of the Seasons. Source, Auguste Blanqui, Textes Coisus, avec Preface et Notes PARVP. Valguine, Editions Sociales, Paris, 1971. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. May 12, 1839. To arms, citizens. The fatal hour has rung for the oppressors. The cowardly tyrant of the Tuileries laughs at the hunger that tears at the guts of the people. But the measure of his crimes is full. They are finally going to receive their punishment. Betrayed France, the blood of our murdered brothers cry out to you and demand vengeance. Let it be terrible, for it has delayed too long. Let exploitation perish, and may equality triumphantly assume its seat on the intermingled debris of royalty and aristocracy. The provisional government has chosen military chiefs for the guiding of the combat. These chiefs come from your ranks. Follow them. They will lead you to victory. Their names are Auguste Blanqui, Commander-in-Chief, Barbes, Martin Bernard, Quignot, Millard, Netra, Divisional Commanders of the Republican Army. Arise, people, and your enemies will disappear like dust before a hurricane. Strike, exterminate without pity the vile henchmen, tyranny's voluntary accomplices. But extend your hand to those soldiers who come from your midst and who will never turn their parricidal arms against you. Forward! Vive la République! The members of the Provisional Government. Barbes, Voyer d'Argenson, Auguste Blanqui, Lamennais, Martin Bernard, Dubosc, Le Pommeraye. Paris, May 12, 1839. Auguste Blanqui 1848. Address of Central Republican Society to the Government. Written, March 2, 1848. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2005. We have the firm hope that the government issued from the barricades of 1848 will not, like its predecessor, want to put back in place, along with each paving stone, a law of repression. With this in mind, we offer our assistance to the provisional government in the realization of the beautiful motto, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. We that demand that the government, immediately, decree as a result of the popular victory, the complete and unlimited freedom of the press, the absolute and irrevocable suppression of security deposits and franking and postal rights for the press, the complete freedom of circulation for works of the intellect through all possible means, through posters, peddlers, public criers, without any restrictions or hindrances, without any need for prior authorization. The freedom of the printing industry and the suppression of all privileges represented by licenses, though with prior indemnification. The holding blameless of printers for any writing whose author is known. The suppression of art. 291 of the Penal Code, of the law of April 9, 1834, and the formal abrogation of laws, ordinances, decrees, edicts or rules of any kind, dated previous to February 25, 1848, capable of limiting or inhibiting the absolute and inalienable right to association and gathering. The removal from the standing and sitting magistracy of those from the three last reigns, and their provisional replacement by lawyers, advocates, notaries, etc. The immediate armament and organization in National Guards of all workers not established in a profession and who receive a salary, without any exception, with an indemnity of 2 francs for each day of active service. The abrogation of art. 415 and 416 of the Penal Code, as well as of all special laws against working-class coalitions. Auguste Blanqui 1848. The Central Republican Society. Translated, from the original for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, attribute and Sharia-like, Marxists.org 2007. To the Provisional Government. Citizens. The counter-revolution has just bathed itself in the blood of the people. Let the assassins be judged. For the past 2 months the royalist bourgeoisie of Rouen has plotted in the shadows a St. Bartholomew's massacre of the workers. It had stocked up on cartridges. The authorities knew of this. Calls for death had broken out here and there, the warning signs of the catastrophe. We must have done with these scoundrels. Scoundrels who in February, after 3 days of resistance, forced the bourgeois guard to submit to the Republic. Citizens of the Provisional Government, how is it that in 2 months the working class population of Rouen and the surrounding valleys were not organized into National Guard units? How is it that only the aristocracy possessed organization and arms? How is it that at the moment of the execution of its horrible plot it met only unarmed breasts? How is it that the 28th Regiment of the Line, that sinister hero of the Faubourg Devise, was in Rouen? How is it that the garrison obeyed the orders of generals who were declared enemies of the Republic, of a General Gerard, lackey and henchman of Louis Philippe? They were thirsty for a bloody revenge, these hired killers of a fallen dynasty. They needed an April massacre as consolation for a 2nd July. They didn't have to wait long. April days, barely 2 months after the revolution, is really rushing things along, citizens of the Provisional Government. And nothing was missing from these new April scenes. Neither guns, nor bullets, nor destroyed houses, nor state of siege, nor the ferocity of the soldiers, nor the insulting of the dead, nor the unanimous insults from the newspapers, these cowardly admirers of force. The Rue Transnonain one has been surpassed. Upon reading the wretched story of the exploits of these brigands we find ourselves again in the aftermath of the horrible days that once covered France in mourning and shame. These are exactly the same executioners and the same victims. On one side frenzied bourgeois pushing from behind imbecilic soldiers who they have gorged on wine and hatred to carnage. On the other poor, defenseless workers falling under the bullets and bayonets of the assassins. And as a final mark of resemblance, here comes the royal court, Louis Philippe's judges, falling like hyenas on the debris of the massacre and filling the dungeons with 250 Republicans. At the head of these inquisitors is Frank Kerr, the execrable general prosecutor of the Court of Peers, this Laubardemont who furiously demanded the heads of the insurgents of May 1839. The arrest warrants follow those patriots to Paris who fled the royalist proscription. For it is a royalist terror that reigns in Rouen. Do you not know the citizens of the Provisional Government? The bourgeois guard of Rouen furiously rejected the Republic in February. It is the Republic that it blasphemes and that it wants to overthrow. All the Republicans of the day before have been put in irons. Your very own agents have been threatened with death, removed from office, arrested. The municipal magistrates Lemason and Durand have been dragged through the streets, bayonets at their chests, their clothing in rags. They are being held in secret by authority of the rebels. It is a royalist insurrection that has triumphed in the ancient capital of Normandy, and it is you, Republican government, that supports these rebel assassins. Is this treason or is this cowardice? Are you weaklings or accomplices? You know full well that there was no battle, it was a slaughter. And you let the slaughterers recount their feats of prowess. Is it that in your eyes, as in those of kings, the blood of the people is nothing but water, good for washing down the overcrowded streets from time to time? If so, then erase from your buildings that detestable 3-word lie that you have just inscribed on them: liberty, equality, fraternity. If your wives, if your daughters, those brilliant and frail creatures who promenade their gold and silk-woven idleness in sumptuous equipages, had been thrown at your feet, their breasts opened by the iron of pitiless enemies, what cries of pain and vengeance you'd make resound to the ends of the earth. So go see stretched out on the slabs of your hospitals, on cots in mansards, those corpses of slaughtered women, their breasts pierced by bourgeois bullets, the very breast that bore and nourished the workers whose sweat fattens the bourgeois. The women of the people are worth as much as yours, and their blood should not, cannot remain unavenged. Let the assassins be judged. We demand the dissolution and disarmament of the bourgeois guard of Rouen. The arrest and trial of the generals and officers of the bourgeois guard and the troops of the line who ordered and led the massacre. The arrest and trial of the so-called members of the Court of Appeals, henchmen named by Louis Philippe who, acting in the name and for the account of the victorious royalist faction, imprisoned the legitimate magistrates of the city and filled the prisons with republicans. The immediate removal from Paris of the troops of the line who at this very moment, at fratricidal banquets, the reactionaries are urging to carry out a St. Bartholomew's massacre of Parisian workers. For the Central Republican Society, the members of the Bureau. L. Auguste Blanqui, Chairman. C. Lacombre DMO, Vice Chair. Flot, Treasurer. Pierre Biraud, Loro Secretaries, members of the Bureau. G. Robert. Lachambeaud. Cruz. Pugil. Javalajan. Brucker. Fomberto. To the Democratic Clubs of Paris. Source, Écrits sur la Révolution. Presenti et Annote Para Munster. Editions Galilee, Paris, 1977. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2005. The Republic would be a lie if it were to be only the substitution of one form of government for another. It's not enough to change words, things must be changed. The Republic means the emancipation of workers, it's the end of the reign of exploitation, it's the coming of a new order that will free labor from the tyranny of capital. Liberté. Égalité. Fraternité. This motto that shone from the front of our buildings should not be a vain opera decoration. No silly baubles. We are no longer children. There is no freedom where there is no bread. There is no equality when opulence scandalously exists alongside poverty. There is no brotherhood when the worker drags himself to the door of palaces with his starving children. Work and bread. The existence of the people cannot remain at the mercy of the fears and the rancor of capital. Those popular societies that share our principles are invited to select 3 delegates who will meet at the Central Electoral Committee, Sunday, March 26 at 11 a.m. in the conference room, Rue de Poiriers, near the Sorbonne. Only delegates from clubs will be admitted and should have with them the powers granted them by their respective societies. Parisians. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. If there is still time, open your eyes at the polling booth to the peril that threatens you. Paris is condemned and its sentence is being carried out by the hands of a reaction that was able to everywhere recruit accomplices in and instruments of its vengeance. Under the pretext of disencumberment, of public order and even of humanity, every day the capital is being emptied of the working class. A fatal measure. A death measure. With the exception of a small handful of rich idlers, the entire city only lives thanks to the workers. Without workers there is no more consumption, and thus no more business. The mass of retailers would fall into ruin, big business and industry would follow them into the abyss, and the faction that represents the victorious past would applaud the ruin of this Paris that it abhors because it has changed the face of the world. Merchants, landlords, don't second these evil designs, leave behind your terrors and fears. What do the people ask for? To live in happiness through their labor, and interest orders you to support this just demand, for your profits come from the people, you earn them as a result of their consumption. Don't let appearances fool you. In the ocean of affairs, spending on luxury items is but a drop of water. For every person who lives off the gold of the rich 9 live on the centimes of the poor. Between you and the workers there is solidarity. But be just. The people have suffered for too long. They no longer can nor will suffer under the harsh conditions made for them by the rapacity of the moneyed. They ask for a more equitable ones, and it is this demand that is rejected with violence, with fury. They persist, they claim to drive them to ask for mercy, they are hunted down through famine, but they don't surrender. They will advance, shaking the dust from their feet. Their property doesn't tie them down, and they are already leaving. And Paris, without any people, will enter its agony. When the grass grows green between the cobblestones, it will be too late for you merchants without business and landlords without rent to cry in the doorways of your closed-up shops and your deserted houses. You will have order just as in Milan or Warsaw, and you will perhaps find that the rolling of cannons on the streets is not worth as much as that of trucks and carts. There remains one chance for salvation, that you freely join the people in order to ensure that they receive what they ask for, i.e., well-paid work and, above all else, the choice of representatives who will want to accomplish these tasks without any delay and at whatever cost, carry out this task. It isn't enormous, it suffices to not remain prostrate before capital and to render them that goodwill they showed for an instant after the events of February. Above all, don't forget that your mortal enemy is provincial reaction. You know where to find it, for it doesn't hide itself. With its saber high it is leading the charge on Paris. Remember the sinister phrase of Isnard, a representative of one of the small towns: if Paris dares attack national sovereignty, travelers will soon search the banks of the Seine in an attempt to find the place on which Paris stood. This phrase is the key to the situation. Isnard and his ilk wanted to suffocate the great city in the hothouse of the army, and history is there to show us that their triumph would have ended with the carving up of France. They failed, and the holy city made of us the first people in the world. Paris, the capital of intelligence and labor, is the true national representative body, the gigantic and majestic Congress where the whole country, through the elite of its united children, writers, artists, workers, scientists, industrialists, is ceaselessly occupied in making shine the labor of its grandeur and prosperity. Reaction aims to paralyze the nation by cutting off its brain. Parisians. It's up to you, rich and poor, to prevent France from being decapitated and to hold back the hand that the parricides raise against their mothers. Think of this at the polling booth. Auguste Blanqui. Dungeon of Vincennes. September 15, 1848. Blanqui's response to the Tasquerat document. Written, April 14, 1848. Source, Écrits sur la Révolution. Ouvres Complètes Tome I Editions Galilee, 1977, Paris. Translated, from the original for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Indicates words illegible in the original. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2007. On March 31, 1848, an article written by Jules Taschereau was published in the Review Retrospective. The article contained documents from the Minister of Interior concerning the failed insurrection of May 12, 1839, and implied that Blanqui was the source of information given the police about the secret revolutionary societies of the period. Suddenly a strange piece has appeared in an unknown journal. It accuses the principal leader of the secret societies between 1834 to 39 of treason. Blanqui, the supposed author, did not write it, didn't sign it. No sign reveals its origin or guarantees its authenticity. It's a question here of killing a man who had become an obstacle and a danger. Using police and court clerk notes, perhaps even using personal memories, a history of the secret societies of the years 1835 to 39 was fabricated, and at the top was written, Blanqui's declaration before the Minister of the Interior. And so here I am garbed in the shirt of Neshes. What was the forger's secret? The use of the first person. How can anyone resist the magical influence of the words I, me that are repeatedly used in the tale as the personification of the same man? It's him. They cry, he speaks, he tells all, he's on stage. It is forgotten that for 30 years, using the same method, and using the notes of chambermaids, literary fabricators have constructed heaps of so-called historical memoirs in the name of every possible person. I cite those of Napoleon published in 1820. The illusion was universal and people barely gave credence to the still living Napoleon's denial. What was the procedure of the Abbot Prad, the author of the mystification? A strong style and direct speech. In the document in the review retrospective, replace the pronouns I and me with blanqui, and what is left? An incomplete and irregular account of the secret societies that is of impenetrable paternity. Even more. Substitute the words I and me for every name cited in the piece, suppressing the portrait of the author they make speak, and you will find the same revelation successively made by these various people. It's in my style, they say. Take my entire literary baggage, it's quite thin. Let a jury of writers compare the factum with it, and if he finds the least analogy with my style, then I stand condemned. And if it's not my style, it's even less my writing. Maybe you dictated it? No. In several places in this piece there is a certain care shown in the style, which doesn't allow for the improvisation of the dictated word. I had to have written it. Where is the manuscript? I was a prisoner. I couldn't take it out, and they had a capital interest in possessing it. No signature either. Is this believable? How could this be? Here was an old, dangerous enemy at their mercy, prostrate at the feet of the victors, handing over his past, his person, and they didn't take the least guarantee, the least pledge, not even his simple signature. And the very next day this coward stands up to his full height before the court of peers. He braves the judges with his words. With his silence. In the middle of the courtroom he justifies his insurrection. He publicly humiliates those whose knees he embraced the day before. How does this excess of cowardice on October 22, far from danger, jibe with the excess of daring on January 14, in the very presence of danger? Slander is always welcome. Hatred and credulity savor it with joy. It doesn't have to dress itself up, as long as it kills. What difference does verisimilitude make? Even absurdity doesn't do it harm. It has a secret advocate in every heart, envy. It is never asked for explanations or proofs, rather its victims are. An entire life of devotion, austerity, and suffering are destroyed in a second with a wave of its hand. Treason. But why? To save my head, which, as everyone knows, wasn't threatened. If the scaffold couldn't be built when vengeance was at its highest point, could it be raised after 8 months of pacification and forgetting? It would at least have been necessary to await its presence. And if an excess of terror so hastily forced me into being an informer, how, I ask again, did they not wrench a signature from that moral annihilation? Did I at least manage to lighten my irons? Mont Saint-Michel and the penitentiary at Tours answer this question. Who among my companions has drunk as deeply as me from the cup of anguish? For a year the death agony of a beloved wife, dying far from me in despair, and then for whole years, an eternal tête-à-tête in the solitude of a cell, with the ghost of she who was no more. This was my torture, mine alone, and now I hear ringing in my ears, death to the traitor. Crucify him. You sold your brothers for a good price, writes the prostituted pen of the orgiasts. Gold so I could go and slowly die in a tomb, between black bread and the pitcher of anguish. And what did I do with this gold? I live in an attic with 50 centimes a day. For entire fortune at present I have 60 francs. And yet it's me, a sad wretch who drags his wounded body in rags through the streets, who is attacked with the name of sellout while Louis Philippe's valets have metamorphosed into brilliant Republican butterflies, fluttering around the carpets of the Hôtel de Ville, from the heights of their well-nourished virtue branding the poor job who escaped from the prisons of their master. O sons of man, who forever hold in your hands a stone to throw at the innocent, contempt be upon you. The most benevolent say, this must be some letter, some note of Blanqui's perfidiously transformed into a denunciation. They vaguely suspect an evil deed, without putting the evidence's paternity in question. Two things fascinate them, the use of the first person, so powerful in encouraging illusions, and the sudden revelation of this underground world of secret societies. Good people, don't be fooled. Not a word of this writing is from my pen. It comes in its entirety from the filthy laboratory of the forgers. These facts, so new to you, so strange, for the past 9 years have been of the domain of publicity, emanating from a circle that includes no less than 1,500 people. Among the oldest members of the families and the seasons there has been but one cry, "We know all this for a long time." There are at least 100 of us that could have written this note, and in fact it is nothing but a short, incomplete excerpt from among the countless files the police have on the matter. As for the portraits sketched out in this lampoon, the artisan had an embarrassment of riches among the full face, three-quarter, and profiles that the cartons furnished on all the principal and secondary characters. The police had the time and the millions needed to put together this collection, not counting what our internecine quarrels provided them gratis. For the rest, this so-called revelation is not a revelation, it's a vagabond stroll through the history of the 4 preceding years. What did the confiding of 1,000 stories better known to him than anyone matter to the minister? What was the use of these details that had long since fallen into the dust of the court clerks? Written by hand this piece is conceivable, dictated it is impossible. We accept a manuscript is such as it is, but they would have said to a blabbermouth, "Let's move on to the subject of the flood and talk about something else." In this endless mass there aren't 20 lines of revelations. They have to do with the personnel of the Society of the Seasons, reconstituted after May 12. 2 men could be found in the new committee, a direct leader of half the society members, who was later recognized to be a police agent, and the other, a man of intelligence and knowledge, who became a royal procurator. Let's not forget the spy seer, friend and confidant of Lamyusins, Delahad, member of the family and the Seasons, living closely with the principal leaders. Here were sufficient sources of information for the Rue de Jerusalem. In summary, 9/10 of the lampoon is nothing but a series of useless divagations. As a denunciation it is an absurdity. But in the hypothesis of a fraud this grand historical exposé is indispensable for displaying the man they want to destroy and to portray his personality in a series of gripping details. Another observation: there are strange disparities of language among the various parts of this document. Here animated developments, there absolute nudity. What is the source of these sudden changes from a picturesque style to that of an inventory? These contradictions, inexplicable in a narrator who allows his pen or his voice to flow with his thoughts, become quite simple in a work fabricated of pieces and morsels. If the piece is true it reveals an unreserved abandon, a decision to tell everything. What is more, my memories were recent and complete, so I couldn't err or mislead others. Yet this document is full of errors, of nonsense, of contradictions, and absurdities. This being so, how can it be attributed to me? So I am made to say that I created the Society of Families in June 1835. It was founded by Hadot and I only entered it later. That its prescribed effectives were about 750 men. Completely false. The number was unlimited. That there never existed a list of society members accepted, only those presented. Another error. Both existed. That May 12, 650 society members gathered, and 4 lines later 850 presented themselves. A flagrant contradiction, impossible in the space of half a minute. That on the day of combat we possessed 3,000 cartridges. We had 10,000, I knew the exact number. That the majority of well-dressed Republicans produce newspapers. This is quite a strange statistic. That we hadn't in advance designated the members of a provisional government. The printed proclamation containing the list of names of the members of this government was the main evidence in our trial at the Court of Peers. That Netter was killed in May. Netter is alive, I knew him to be in England and in good health before my arrest, etc. I am made to speak of M. Emmanuel Arago, who I never saw, who I didn't know at all, of Vilcock, about whom I had always held an opinion diametrically opposed to the one they put in my mouth. Without pausing any longer over details, I will say that all these errors, impossible on my part, are only explicable in the case of a forgery. The arranger worked on a pile of dossiers and reports. All that was needed was an imprecise, misunderstood, or incorrectly filed note to create an error, a blunder. Nonsense. All the falsehoods I revealed above certainly had their origin in this. What is more, the miserable fabricator wasn't able to carry this out to the end without betraying himself. The third part of the document is nothing but a confused mess of bits and pieces without order or meaning, a tissue of notes tied sewed together any which way and deprived of any meaning. The worker stumbles at every step and ends up being caught in his own trap. He forgets that I am on stage, that I speak, and in the middle of my speech he suddenly places a police note directed against me. Here, the note says, is Blanqui's escape plan. He had accepted to reorganize the society, but he wanted to leave once the organization was set up. He proposed going to Switzerland. After 2 or 3 months he lost all direction. We would no longer be forced to ask from him our marching orders. So it is I who speak in this way about myself. The Homer of this marvelous Iliad had doubtless fallen asleep at the moment of this heavy fall. Quandunque bonus dormitat Homerus. The wretch didn't see that he cast into my harangue, and as a part of my harangue, the report of the spy who handed me over to the enemy when I left for Switzerland. A strange, providential mistake that pinned the crime to the forger's hand for the greater edification of all. I've finished with slander, let us now pass to the slanderers. It is time to confront them. This pamphlet, their master blow, wasn't their first attempt, for their hatred is 15 years old. The moment for public explanations has arrived. It sounded with the tocsin of February. We must finally bring into broad daylight these quarrels that have for so long simmered in the shadows. My portrait doesn't have the honor of figuring in the gallery that a charitable hand has just extracted from the museums of the police. In order to fill in this lacuna I give it here, such as I know it, 20 times traced by my open enemies of today, my hidden enemies of the past. Somber spirit, haughty, ferocious, bad-tempered, sarcastic, immense ambition, cold, inexorable, pitilessly crushing men in order to pave his route, heart of marble, head of iron, etc. This profile isn't lovely. But is there no shading to this painting, and is the cry of hatred the gospel? I call on those who knew my domestic hearth. They know whether all my existence wasn't concentrated in a deep, lively affection where my forces were ever and again tempered for political struggles. Death, in smashing this affection, stroked the soul blow, I confess, that could touch my soul. All the rest, slander included, slides off me like a dust storm. I shake off my clothes and I continue on my way. Sycophants, you who want to put me forward as a moral monster, open the doors to your hearth and home, put your heart's life on display. Under your hypocritical exterior what would we find? The brutality of the senses, the perversity of the soul. Whited sepulchres, I lift the stone that hides your rot from people's eyes. What you pursue in me is revolutionary inflexibility and stubborn devotion to ideas. You want to strike down the indefatigable fighter. What have you done for the past 14 years? Defect. I was at the breach in 1831 with you, I was there with you in 1839, in 1847. In 1848 here I am against you. May 12th willed me your hatred as a legacy. The affront of May 12th still burns your cheeks. To believe oneself the Republic and not know that the Republic gives battle. How forgive the daring sweep of a tale that made your impotence the subject of public laughter? The entire party remembers your rage and insults against the vanquished insurrection. Le National every morning bandaged your wounds with bile and mud, and cowardly insinuations preceded the slanders that finally are bursting upon me, unleashed by vengeance. During my agony at Mont Saint-Michel these resentments were dormant. A dying man is not fearsome, and with the rumors of my imminent death many quills were perhaps being sharpened for a magnificent funeral oration. But death has retreated and February has changed these quills into daggers. I arrived the 24th, swept away by the joy of triumph. What an icy reception! One would think I was a ghost suddenly arisen before the new masters. Who are they looking at with that look of aversion and fright? I understand. It's the hated author of May 12th, the clear-sighted and staunch patriot who can't be made an accomplice or a dupe, who won't allow the revolution to be stolen. But already the new program of the Hotel de Ville has been decided on. Change in form but not in content. The edifice of privilege, without a single stone less, with a few additional phrases and banners. Exile to the Luxembourg awaits those who want more. So on the 25th Citizen Rickert said to me, "You want to overthrow us? No, rather block the road behind you." And the fight broke out immediately, loyal and moderate on my side, perfidious and implacable on the other. 1,000 rumors are spread about. He's mad. Sorrow and then joy have shaken his brain. He's ill, he's decomposing, he's going to die. He's bloodthirsty. He's demanding 100,000 heads. These rumors spread around Paris and the departments. But up to this point still not a word of the great slander. M. de Lamartine, at the Hotel de Ville, addressed me with these words. "It is persecution that makes for your martyrdom and your glory. Such language is not used concerning an informer. So once again you lied, sire, in saying that your odious peace, passed around the city since February 24th, was in your hands on March 10th, your hatred would not have allowed it to slumber for so long and wouldn't have waited until the 22nd to spread its poison. No, before the 17th you didn't go so far. Effort can always be measured by the force of an obstacle. I was yet but a hindrance, not yet a danger. The moment for extreme measures had not yet sounded. During this time speech became more venomous, the Central Republican Society attacked with vivacity power's retrograde demands. The re-establishment of the stamp, the maintenance of the former magistracy, the poor choice of commissioners, the disastrous decrees concerning the alienation of state lands, the anticipated quarterly payments each became in their turn the objects of energetic addresses, voted on my presentation. But our complaints bumped up uselessly against the disdain of bias and did nothing but attract anger, while reaction, supported by the majority in government, advanced rapidly. It was time to stop them. The adjournment of elections to the Constituent Assembly, twice demanded by the Republican Society, had been twice refused. From March 12 to 16 at various assemblies of state bodies I proposed the support of the workers' demands en masse. The proposal was received with enthusiasm. On the 17th at noon Paris was set in motion and 200,000 men surrounded the Hotel de Ville. At the sight of that living sea, in waves on the squares and quays, with a formidable clamor resistance falls, the retrograde faction disappeared. Everything was promised, everything was granted to the deputation that spoke in the name of the people. An intrigue strived to falsify the meaning of this great demonstration and see in it nothing but a response to the National Guard's skirmish. Nothing could be more false. The popular movement had been stopped before the 16th, and its organizers were ignorant of the petty plot of the men in shakos. Chance alone was responsible for bringing together the execution of these two contrary efforts. The events of the 17th struck the majority of the provisional government with terror. It thought it had escaped from a great danger. Absurd reports, and perhaps the awareness of its own sins persuaded it of the existence of plans for its overthrow, of armed violence. Suspicion fell on me. I was the first, and almost the only one, to have raised the question of the adjournment of elections. I had kept it on the order of the day despite repeated failure, and finally that question had brought 200,000 men onto the public square. Other influences, which had more collaborated in this great movement more than I, hid themselves before alerted eyes, fixed on one peril alone. It was thus the hostility of the moment, that which had to be smashed at whatever price. From this came two ideas that blossomed at almost the same time, one, that of modifying the government by my accession, the other, born of the fright caused by the first, to crush me with a club. The entire reactionary faction trembled at the very threat that power was going to fall into the hands of the revolution, and in those layers of Machiavellianism where the only crime is that of not succeeding, a desperate plan was cooked up to ward off the peril and grab victory in hand. Daring inspired the plotters. Without this determined coup, the Popular Party would today have been triumphant, reaction wiped out, and the Republic in full and vigorous march towards the realization of the future. Look around us, the revolution is stumbling. The mass of its enemies is growing and increases from hour to hour. It is erupting through the breach I left open. I am conscious of this, I bore its flag. If it falls, the Republic will follow. It was I who had to be struck first, and numerous signs served as a prelude to the grand attack. March 19, the rumor spread with rapidity in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine that I was a paid agent of the party of Henry V. Upon investigation, it was recognized that these statements come from a rabble-rouser devoted to the Paris City Hall. 3 days later the decisive method was finally found. And thus the plan for war to death developed. From the 17th to the 22nd the other idea, that of negotiation with the presumed leader of the movement, had also followed its course. The two plots unfurled in parallel. On the 19th, M.X. Duroux, editor-in-chief of the Courrier Français, said to me, M. de Lamartine wishes to come to an agreement with you. He recognizes that the government must be modified. He has decided to throw out the coterie of the National and to join with you and your friends. He will do whatever you wish, he'll go as far as you. I have been charged with bringing on his behalf words of reconciliation to Ledru-Rollin. At first I refused this interview, and only ceded 2 days later to his repeated pleas. A meeting was set for the 22nd, but at the moment fixed M.X. Duroux said to me, "It's not going to happen. Lamartine has changed his mind. He's made a complete turnabout. He thinks that everything is going fine, that the people are happy, and that things should continue as they are. That man is the very personification of changeability and inconsistency. Fine. Let's not bother talking anymore. And here is the source of the mystery, it's the 22nd that the famous piece makes its first appearance. That very day it is brought to the provisional government. It is passed from hand to hand. Surprise. Exclamations. Blanqui, each reader repeats. Blanqui. But it's not his writing. The original must be at the Luxembourg, someone says. They doubtless searched the Luxembourg. I'm still waiting for the original. Let's return to the dates, since this is the whole trial. The piece appears at the Hotel de Ville the 22nd, not a day sooner. How then could the seer claim that it was stolen on February 24 from M. Guizot's office, passed around for a week and put at his disposal around March 10? What? A document of such seriousness would have been passed everywhere from February 24 without anyone knowing about it? M. A close friend of the National, kept it in his wallet for 12 days without breathing a word to anyone, and until the 22nd not a sound, not an echo betrayed its existence. For I repeat, before the 22nd there was no trace of the lampoon. That day it unexpectedly falls into the midst of several members of the provisional government. A coup de theatre and a coup d'état. At that very instant everything changes. Reaction, almost defeated, raises its head. It appeared that a providential hand had just saved it from shipwreck. Confidence succeeds despair. M. de Lamartine breaks off his negotiations with the public agitator. He is less feared, and they no longer hesitate to falsify the word given to the people. The election isn't adjourned till the May 31st, it was only deferred a few days due to material reasons. What promptness in exploiting this document! It becomes known the 22nd and the 24th. Several provincial newspapers reproduce in the same terms the following note emanating from the offices of the National. We could name a certain club president, a fiery Democrat who was miserable enough to betray the secrets of his political friends in order to save his own life. The provisional government has many pieces of evidence in its hands which are condemn those who want to undermine it, as well as the social order that guides us, so as to substitute for it a bloody chaos under the pretext of fraternity. It will remain disdainful and magnanimous until the day it is forced to resort to reprisals. And so by your own confession the publication of this cowardly lampoon is nothing but a reprisal. It isn't an act of justice, but an act of revenge. Your goal is to condemn those who want to undermine you, i.e., those who oppose you. So again it isn't CR but the provisional government that had pieces of evidence in its hands. Who lied, you or them? It claims to have the evidence, and so do you. It says it is publishing them for historical reasons, you declare you are using them as a means of reprisal against an enemy. Watch out. You seem to be eager for reprisals. Do you need them at whatever cost? Imposture and ambush, these are the pivots of the intrigue cooked up against a man who disturbs you. Perfect, my good sirs, wretches used to purchasing with all crimes imaginable the favor of those in power forged a poisoned arm for your hatred. What that arm is worth, and whence it comes you know too well, and don't dare to touch it. But it goes along with the honor of your arrangements. Hidden in the wings. You toss the dagger into the hands of an assassin, laughing in advance at the useless blows your victim will waste on this mannequin. Unfortunately, iniquity lied to itself. You should have ensured that your two offices of fraud were in agreement and not confound yourselves with your own work. Fear perturbs perfidy's calculations. Your semi-official note sought to reduce me by this threat of reprisals, tempered with the insolent offer of recourse to your magnanimity. But you weren't reassured. One can't walk without care on the sinuous paths of calumny. My response to intimidation was clear and swift, I think. Evidence in hand, before the public I showed that you had just turned over to Leopold the Belgian workers and refugees. This proof of an act of coldly premeditated vengeance was greeted with cries of vengeance. This cry again threw terror into the Hôtel de Ville. They already heard the rumblings of riot at their doors, and imposture in all its forms was called to the rescue. Rumors spread by 1,000 mouths pointed to me as the author of a plot whose goal was the members of the provisional government. The news of my arrest circulated in all the clubs. On the evening of March 30th Citizen X Duru said to me, "Let's put our cards on the table. I come from the provisional government and here's what I learned. You want to overthrow it and assume a dictatorship. You will no doubt succeed, for the government has no strength, but you will then be destroyed, both you and France. Your project is folly. Renounce it and adopt that which I will propose to you and which brings together all your possibilities. The coterie of the National will be thrown out and you'll replace it with your friends. Come talk with Ledru Rollin, this will be a simple thing, since you're former schoolmates." To be sure such proposals surprised me in the presence of the odious rumors spread around Paris. At least they proved to me that a part of the government rejected the slander cooked up by the reactionaries at Bay. An unheard of situation. On one side I am offered a hand to rise to power, and on the other they try to throw me into the abyss. Here the capital, there the Tarpeian Rock. 8 whole days this strange struggle took me from the heights to the depths. Finally it appeared that justice and truth won the day. An appointment was set with M. Ledru Rollin for the 31st. But reaction was on the watch, it understood the imminence of danger. The very day of the 31st the fabricated evidence appeared in the review retrospective. The gauntlet was thrown down. A fight to the death was engaged. Republicans, old soldiers of the old cause who have remained faithful to the flag of principle, you who haven't sold your consciences to the new masters in exchange for honors, money, or positions, beware. Let my example be a warning to you. Today it is me, tomorrow it will be you. Woe on those who cause embarrassment. We will all be struck. In the head, the heart, in front, from behind it doesn't matter, we will be struck. What is my crime? That of having confronted counter-revolution, of having unmasked its plans for 6 weeks, and of showing the people the danger around them that is growing, and that will engulf them all. The wretches. They give orders to their brevet to drag me before the tribunals whose resignation I demanded yesterday. And who will be the accusers, the witnesses, the judges in this trial? Royalty's henchmen, become the henchmen of reaction. Those who tortured me 20 times will torment me again. Yesterday it was freedom, my life, today it's my honor, everything must be turned over to them so that they can devour their prey whole. With what pleasure they will tear apart what is left of their old, hated enemy. And all these agents of Louis Philippe, what is the reason they pretend to punish me? I, worn out, my hair turned white in the dungeons of Louis Philippe. Who would believe this? To have treated with Louis Philippe. And they set themselves up as avengers of the revolution. The executioners of patriots, the Golden Means assassins are now the devotees, the faithful of the Hôtel de Ville. The total due has been paid. There they are fulfilling the functions of the 45 for the gentlemen of the provisional government, and they'll assassinate the Republicans for the account of the Republic, as they have done for so long for the account of the monarchy. Positions, happiness, fortune will soon be theirs. So much audacity 6 weeks after the barricades. Who could have guessed it? Reactionaries of the Hôtel de Ville, you are cowards. I stand in your way, and you want to kill me, but you don't dare attack me from the front, so you throw in my path 3 or 4 bassets from Louis Philippe's pack who are in search of a new kennel. You egg them on from behind, far from the risk of splashes. Kindly accept my sincere compliments. There are royalists among you. I forgive them. They are avenging the monarchy through one of its bitterest enemies. But there are also Republicans, and to them I pose the question, their hands on their consciences, is it thus that they should be treating a veteran who buried half his life, his family, his affections in royalty's deepest dungeons? If you had an accusation to make against me, it should have been produced in broad daylight, solemnly, and surrounded with all guarantees of certainty, of authenticity. You should have spoken in the name of justice, of morality, without in any way declining the responsibility for such an act. But you said it yourselves, these are reprisals you are carrying out. All methods are good in crushing a dangerous rival. Success at any price is your doctrine, it seems, as it was for your predecessors. It appears that this document was necessary to you. Is fecit cui prodest. The infamy of its origins is betrayed by the shameful twists and turns of its publication. Reactionaries, you are cowards. La Blanqui. La Republique, April 14, 1848. For the Red Flag. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. We are no longer in 93. We are in 1848. The tricolor flag is no longer the flag of the Republic. It's that of Louis Philippe and of the monarchy. It's the tricolor flag that presided over the massacres of the Rue Transnonain, of Faubourg Devise, of Saint-Étienne. It has been 20 times bathed in the blood of the workers. The people raised the red colors on the barricades of 48, just as they raised them on those of June 1832, April 1834-1, and May 1839. They have received the double consecration of defeat and victory. From this day on, these colors are theirs. Just yesterday they gloriously floated from the fronts of our buildings. Today reaction ignominiously casts them in the mud and dares stain them with its calumnies. It is said it is a flag of blood. It is only red with the blood of the martyrs who made it the standard of the Republic. Its fall is an insult to the people, a profanation of the dead. The flag of the National Guard will shade their graves. Reaction has already been unleashed. It can be recognized by its violence. The men of the royalist faction roam the streets, insults and threats in their mouths, tearing the red colors from the boutonnieres of citizens. Workers. It's your flag that is falling. Heed well. The Republic will not delay in following it. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. Source, Banquet de Travailleurs Socialists. Chez Pages, Paris, 1849. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2010. The Socialist Workers' Banquet took place Sunday, December 3, 1848 at exactly noon at the Association of Cooks, 36 Barrière du Maine. 1,000 guests and 300 to 400 of the curious, 1,500 in all, among them 400 to 500 women, participated. The name of the chairman of the banquet, Citizen A. Blanqui, held in the dungeon of Vincennes, could be read on the tribune across from the name of the candidate of the Republican Socialists, F.V. Raspail. There could also be read on signs the names of those outlawed by reaction who are the most beloved of the people, Louis Blanc, Barbes, Albert. Citizen Saliers opened the session with these few words. Citizens. The Commission of the Socialist Workers' Banquet has chosen as its chairman Citizen Auguste Blanqui, held in the dungeon of Vincennes. Applause. This commission, composed of workers, calling workers to this fraternal banquet, wants to testify in their name to its gratitude to this indefatigable combatant for democracy, this man who is the incessant victim of persecution because of his defense of the most noble of causes, whose pure devotion has been repaid with persecution and calumny. Citizens, you know how overwhelmed socialism today is. The very people who, if socialism could be personified in one man, would attempt to cross that man from the book of life, these very people proclaim themselves to be socialists. They say they are its adherents and reject its true principles. This presents a great danger for us. The history of the ideas that in all eras have served to tie men together shows us that it is the same lovers of the form who have often stifled the idea, or at least have reduced it to petty proportions. And so we proletarians, we for whom the word socialism is synonymous with that of liberation, have come here to present the true idea, the principle of socialism. We will do it in our way, with our hearts. We hope that you will take account of our efforts, yes. Yes. After these words Citizen Saliers read the prisoner's toast. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. Citizens, the mountain had sublime inspirations, daughters of the Gospels and philosophy. But it never possessed those positive theories that only grow slowly from a close analysis of the social body, just as the art of healing is born of the revelations of anatomy. Nevertheless, if it was lacking in the organizing force of science, the impulses of the heart sufficed to dictate to it the immortal slogan of the future, liberty, equality, fraternity, and that admirable symbol, the Declaration of Rights, which broadly interpreted contains the seed of all that will come in the future society. Unfortunately, it's the fate of the works of genius that have shaken the world to perish asphyxiated under the clouds of incense under which superstitious admirers drown them. The vivifying spirit of the master dies suffocated by the narrow observance of the text. The law of Moses succumbed to the desperate embrace of the Pharisees. The Koran will be extinguished, turned into stone by the immobility of its imbecilic sectarians. And the Gospels themselves would have been sealed in their tomb by the idolatrous hands of its disciples, who had become its grave diggers, if their immortal ideas, escaping from the icy corpse around which they knelt, had not reappeared ever more shining in the new incarnation that will perpetuate them among humanity. The Declaration of Rights, a formula born yesterday, is already suffering the fate of the old dogmas which in their period of decrepitude almost always become instruments of reaction against the redemptory labors of their revealers. The Judaic cult of the letter killed the revolutionary spirit of the symbol. The militant life of the mountain was brief, and like that of Christ ended on Golgotha. But its acts are a sparkling commentary on its words and provide the true meaning of the teachings it spread around the world. Like Jesus, the consoler of the poor, the enemy of the powerful, the mountain loved those who suffer and hated those who caused suffering. The salient element of its existence was its intimate alliance with the Parisian proletariat, not because it only felt the pain of one city, but because among so many populations equally bent down by suffering it found this energetic group ready at hand for the fight, for it was moved by the consciousness of its sufferings, and it made of them the liberating army of the human race. From August 10, the date of the fall of the monarchy, until 4 Prairial, the final convulsion of the faubourgs, the people and the mountain marched as one across the revolution, inseparable in victory and defeat. What a marvelous role to assume again! And one all the easier because the fight of 1793 was taken up again in 1848, on the same battlefield between the same combatants and, strange as it might seem, with almost the same incidents. What do we see? As in 1793 privilege in combat with equality, and as their champions in combat a reactionary legislative majority colliding with the masses of Parisian democracy. Will we also again find the mountain and its faithful brotherhood in arms with the people? And in fact, the name has reappeared. All the soldiers of the young phalanx bear it with pride and swear to bravely follow the steps of their predecessors. Silence. The gates swing open and the action begins. What do I hear? Under the pretext of fraternity, M. Ledru-Rollin, the new leader of the Holy Mountain, imperiously demands the return of the troops to the capital against the will of the people. Is this in any way the tradition of the mountain? I open my history book and I read that the Gironde, trembling in anger and fright before the pressure of the faubourgs, having demanded the formation of a camp of 20,000 men at the city gates to cover the national representatives, the mountain rose up against this project fatal to freedom, set the multitude in motion, threatened the majority, and finally gained victory in this life or death question. Paris remained free. We were less fortunate. And yet, turning the soldiers away from the bloody arena of civil war, where they could only harvest hatred and death, signified treating them as brothers. The men of the mountain preferred fraternization in the streets. What do we see now? The people marching in columns from the Champ de Mars to the Hôtel de Ville, and M. Ledru-Rollin, leader of the mountain, has them run the gauntlet between two ranks of bayonets. And then he sets counter-revolution on the anarchists. I never saw this maneuver in either Marat's or Danton's campaigns. On that day did the hero of the recall of the troops incorrectly read his Montagnard theory? And then there was another adventure. Who is that on horseback at the head of the National Guard? It's M. Ledru-Rollin, leader of the mountain, leading victorious reaction to the Hôtel de Ville and the patriot prisoners to the dungeon of Versailles. Is it possible? Is it also M. Ledru-Rollin who presents and the mountain who vote the draconian law against public gatherings? It is. Good God! Are these Montagnards nothing but Girondins? But I read the name of Robespierre on their hats. Be patient. Faithful to the parallels, no scene of the past will be missing from today's drama. As in the past, the mounting tide of hostilities between a reactionary majority and the Parisian workers must inevitably lead to a May 31st. It broke out not on May 15th, a grotesque day, but on June 23rd. The army of the mountain was ready on that day. And what did we see? Our monkeys of the mountain throwing away their liberty bonnets and other revolutionary garb, inciting from the four corners all the stored-up anger of the Federalists, and like an avalanche, precipitating the counter-revolutionary masses on Paris. The affront of May 31st was avenged, the rebellious Babylon punished. And by whom? By the mountain. Woe on the defeated! Those of June drank the chalice to the dregs. Crimes are eagerly being imputed to them. Had they emerged victorious, everyone would have asked for a place of honor behind their flag. They are dead, and everyone spits anathema on them. Reaction says they are escapees from penal colonies, and the mountain says they are in the pay of monarchism. What was the point of this last outrage? What is the goal of the fable of Russian gold and the ridiculous voyage in search of dynastic employment? As if royalty could today move a single paving stone. Why this pathetic tactic which makes friends and enemies laugh with pity? Most likely to prevent any solidarity with the defeated. But everyone knows there is nothing in common between you and them. Your artillery has sufficiently proved your innocence. Perhaps your artillery has to be justified in the eyes of some others, and so you go seeking imaginary leaders at the expense of the honor of the dead. You dare to say that the Parisian people, the precursors of the future, are nothing but a herd of animals that Pitt and Coburg lead to the slaughterhouse with a handful of salt. And all this because it pleased M. Ledru Rollin to harangue them in the form of cannon fire. Fire, gentlemen, but don't slander. June 26th is one of those ill-fated days that the revolution takes credit for in tears, just as a mother calls for the corpse of her son. All of you, you great unknowns, who are swallowed up by the mass graves, poor Lazarus fallen before the bullets in the great hunt for those in rags, you were nothing but the tools and mercenaries of royalism. You too, monuments to the justice and the clemency of our masters, unfortunate victims of prison ships. Calfavru, Thuir, writers struck from behind, noble martyrs of the press for whom the press had not one word of protection or farewell. And you my old companions of Mont Saint-Michel, Geras, Herbulet, Petremon, valiant soldiers of May and February, thrice guilty of the crime of lack of respect for the army, know there in your lion's pit that the Kabyle razzia swept you up as enemies of the Republic. And the saviors of the Republic, the Brutuses and Savolas are the generals and aides-de-camp of Louis Philippe, the Marquis of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the holy militias of the congregations. But also the glorious decorated of June, all of them furious newly minted royalists, the princes and dukes, intrepid leaders of the rural National Guard. And finally, there's the Chuns who rose up en masse at the call of their priests to attack Paris. Did they do this to avenge 93, to avenge the old insults of the impious city? Not at all. It was to defend the Republic against the Parisian royalist brigands. Oh, old formulas! Will o' the wisps that cause the mountains to sink into the marshes. This is the result of your blows. You've turned our senators into vicars and marabouts murmuring prayers they no longer understand. But this isn't your fault. You have always been clear about things, but the mountain's senses have been weakened. The world has moved on in 50 years, but they have remained immobile. Science has forged more certain weapons, cleared a wider and more direct road. But the mountain persists in walking down the paths of the past in old worn-out attire, and they cry out against any novelty unknown to our fathers. These Epimenides fell asleep during a session of the convention and upon awakening inadvertently took their place on the benches of the right. And then there they come, playing the year 1793 before the public, with its words, costumes, and decors, everything except the play's meaning, like those Elivius and Malibran of Camper Corentin who think they'll find the voices they need in the costume room. The first act opened with the decree of Vests à la Robespierre. The show goes on, and we will be spared not a couplet or a line. The least change in the script will result in its criminal author being sent before the revolutionary tribunal. Our Epimenides recognize no other living beings than the dead of 1793, and whether they want it or not they assign everyone a role in their play. At the current moment it's the second Cordelier Club that's on stage. A deputy, infinitely newer in the Tate-Bout room than today on Rue Tate-Bout, having gotten sensed the presence of the first version and denounced a Heberdist conspiracy, the men of the mountain immediately set out on their trail. They swear that in order to fool the bloodhounds who are after them the guilty have changed their names, that Hébert is now called Proudhon and Jomet Raspail. They are searching everywhere for disguised versions of Racine, Momero, Vincent, Anaxarchus Clootz, Bishop Goebel. Watch out for the priest of Saint Eustache, who is a socialist. I advise him if he falls into their hands that if he wants to come out of this safe to protest that he is not Father Goebel, but rather the Abbot Gregoire, and then he'll be smothered in excuses and caresses. The Jacobins asked M. Butches to illuminate their searches with his parliamentary history lantern. Imagine their surprise when he angrily answered them, "There's no need to seek, it is you who are the Heberdists since you don't admire the St. Bartholomew's massacre." It appears that at the moment of the abrupt awakening of February 24 all of the sleepers carried out a confused exchange of heads, to such an extent that in the midst of this chaos of unmatched physiognomies the disoriented M. Butches takes Girondins for Heberdists, the former thinking themselves to be men of the mountain. People then ran to seek information from Pierre Leroux, the author of the Renaissance Dans el Humanite. But the good patriarch gently told his questioners that without any doubt individuals are indefinitely reborn from generation to generation, but perfected and better, that consequently there were no more, there could no longer be, either Girondins, men of the mountain, or Hebertists. The response convinced no one and the searches are actively continuing. We already have proof that Le Peuple, the newspaper of Hébert Proudhon, is nothing but the former Père Duchesne disguising its style. These buffooneries would be funny if they hadn't become tragic. Unfortunately, in this play every scene of uncontrollable laughter immediately engenders a scene of tears and blood. The actors themselves don't know the denouement of their performance. In all good faith they thought they were presenting it for the profit and not at the expense of the workers. They will perhaps console themselves for the misadventure with the thought that they were performing in a play with two ends, one happy and the other sad, and that all that is wrong flows from an error in the variant. But this mass of unexpected incidents, of situations improvised outside and against the libretto, seriously demoralizes them and leads them to dream about the fickleness of the public. Political romanticism has most decidedly perverted people's spirits. In no condition to resist the torrent and maintain the classical tradition in its integrity, the academicians of the mountain painfully resign themselves to make a sacrifice to the folly of the day and dress the old repertoire in the taste of today. Rags cut from Proudhon, Leroux, Cabet, and Fourier have been sewed onto Robespierre's worn-out coat, and from this variety they put together the most eclectic of picturesque and vulgar costumes, a harlequin's costume, now hung as a sign at the doors of the theatre and carried in great pomp around the streets for the edification of the crowd. On the breast of the mannequin, spread in trompe-l'oeil, shine the socialist labels, to the great chagrin of their legitimate owners, the innovators who see their formulas turned into advertisements for the Hôtel des Invalides. These fraudulent borrowings force us to lengthen our motto with endless epithets. Is it not disastrous to call oneself by a name more interminable than that of a Spanish grandee and to need a half an hour to issue one's rallying cry? We are victims of the most abominable of ambushes. It is we socialists, the so-called despoilers, who everyone despoils at will and with no shame. Even our name has been taken from us, and soon our shadows will be stolen. What is more, the men of the mountain, reaction's youngest children, in pillaging us have done nothing but follow the example of their elders. If today they steal our title of socialist, yesterday the others wrested our title of republican. Yes, this noble name of republican, outlawed and ridiculed by the counter-revolution, was imprudently stolen by them so they could crown themselves with the laurel of our victory. With the same audacity they stole from us our sublime slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity, so long insulted and covered with mud by them as the symbol of blood and death. Fortunately it rejected our flag. This was a mistake, it remains ours. Citizens, the mountain is dead. To socialism, its sole heir. This speech, religiously listened to, at various points incited unanimous applause among the listeners. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. Source, Banquet de Travailleurs Socialists. Chez Pages, Paris, 1849. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2010. The Socialist Workers' Banquet took place Sunday, December 3, 1848 at exactly noon at the Association of Cooks, 36 Barrière du Maine. 1,000 guests and 300 to 400 of the curious, 1,500 in all, among them 400 to 500 women, participated. The name of the chairman of the banquet, Citizen A. Blanqui, held in the dungeon of Vincennes, could be read on the tribune across from the name of the candidate of the Republican Socialists, F.V. Raspail. There could also be read on signs the names of those outlawed by reaction who are the most beloved of the people, Louis Blanc, Barbes, Albert. Citizen Saliers opened the session with these few words. Citizens. The Commission of the Socialist Workers' Banquet has chosen as its chairman Citizen Auguste Blanqui, held in the dungeon of Vincennes. Applause. This commission, composed of workers, calling workers to this fraternal banquet, wants to testify in their name to its gratitude to this indefatigable combatant for democracy, this man who is the incessant victim of persecution because of his defense of the most noble of causes, whose pure devotion has been repaid with persecution and calumny. Citizens, you know how overwhelmed socialism today is. The very people who, if socialism could be personified in one man, would attempt to cross that man from the book of life, these very people proclaim themselves to be socialists. They say they are its adherents and reject its true principles. This presents a great danger for us. The history of the ideas that in all eras have served to tie men together shows us that it is the same lovers of the form who have often stifled the idea, or at least have reduced it to petty proportions. And so we proletarians, we for whom the word socialism is synonymous with that of liberation, have come here to present the true idea, the principle of socialism. We will do it in our way, with our hearts. We hope that you will take account of our efforts, yes. Yes. After these words, Citizen Saliers read the prisoner's toast. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. Citizens, the mountain had sublime inspirations, daughters of the Gospels and philosophy. But it never possessed those positive theories that only grow slowly from a close analysis of the social body, just as the art of healing is born of the revelations of anatomy. Nevertheless, if it was lacking in the organizing force of science, the impulses of the heart sufficed to dictate to it the immortal slogan of the future: liberty, equality, fraternity, and that admirable symbol, the Declaration of Rights, which broadly interpreted contains the seed of all that will come in the future society. Unfortunately, it's the fate of the works of genius that have shaken the world to perish asphyxiated under the clouds of incense under which superstitious admirers drown them. The vivifying spirit of the master dies suffocated by the narrow observance of the text. The law of Moses succumbed to the desperate embrace of the Pharisees. The Koran will be extinguished, turned into stone by the immobility of its imbecilic sectarians. And the Gospels themselves would have been sealed in their tomb by the idolatrous hands of its disciples, who had become its grave diggers, if their immortal ideas, escaping from the icy corpse around which they knelt, had not reappeared ever more shining in the new incarnation that will perpetuate them among humanity. The Declaration of Rights, a formula born yesterday, is already suffering the fate of the old dogmas which in their period of decrepitude almost always become instruments of reaction against the redemptory labors of their revealers. The Judaic cult of the letter killed the revolutionary spirit of the symbol. The militant life of the mountain was brief, and like that of Christ ended on Golgotha. But its acts are a sparkling commentary on its words and provide the true meaning of the teachings it spread around the world. Like Jesus, the consoler of the poor, the enemy of the powerful, the mountain loved those who suffer and hated those who caused suffering. The salient element of its existence was its intimate alliance with the Parisian proletariat, not because it only felt the pain of one city, but because among so many populations equally bent down by suffering it found this energetic group ready at hand for the fight, for it was moved by the consciousness of its sufferings, and it made of them the liberating army of the human race. From August 10, the date of the fall of the monarchy, until for Prairial, the final convulsion of the faubourgs, the people and the mountain marched as one across the revolution, inseparable in victory and defeat. What a marvelous role to assume again! And one all the easier because the fight of 1793 was taken up again in 1848, on the same battlefield between the same combatants and, strange as it might seem, with almost the same incidents. What do we see? As in 1793 privilege in combat with equality, and as their champions in combat a reactionary legislative majority colliding with the masses of Parisian democracy. Will we also again find the mountain and its faithful brotherhood in arms with the people? And in fact, the name has reappeared. All the soldiers of the young phalanx bear it with pride and swear to bravely follow the steps of their predecessors. Silence. The gates swing open and the action begins. What do I hear? Under the pretext of fraternity M. Ledru Rollin, the new leader of the Holy Mountain imperiously demands the return of the troops to the capital against the will of the people. Is this in any way the tradition of the mountain? I open my history book and I read that the Gironde, trembling in anger and fright before the pressure of the faubourgs, having demanded the formation of a camp of 20,000 men at the city gates to cover the national representatives, the mountain rose up against this project fatal to freedom, set the multitude in motion, threatened the majority, and finally gained victory in this life or death question. Paris remained free. We were less fortunate. And yet, turning the soldiers away from the bloody arena of civil war, where they could only harvest hatred and death, signified treating them as brothers. The men of the mountain preferred fraternization in the streets. What do we see now? The people marching in columns from the Champ de Mars to the Hôtel de Ville, and M. Ledru-Rollin, leader of the mountain, has them run the gauntlet between two ranks of bayonets. And then he sets counter-revolution on the anarchists. I never saw this maneuver in either Marat's or Danton's campaigns. On that day did the hero of the recall of the troops incorrectly read his Montagnard theory? And then there was another adventure. Who is that on horseback at the head of the National Guard? It's M. Ledru-Rollin, leader of the mountain, leading victorious reaction to the Hôtel de Ville and the patriot prisoners to the dungeon of Versailles. Is it possible? Is it also M. Ledru-Rollin who presents and the mountain who vote the draconian law against public gatherings? It is. Good God! Are these Montagnards nothing but Girondins? But I read the name of Robespierre on their hats. Be patient. Faithful to the parallels, no scene of the past will be missing from today's drama. As in the past, the mounting tide of hostilities between a reactionary majority and the Parisian workers must inevitably lead to a May 31st. It broke out not on May 15th, a grotesque day, but on June 23rd. The army of the mountain was ready on that day. And what did we see? Our monkeys of the mountain throwing away their liberty bonnets and other revolutionary garb, inciting from the four corners all the stored-up anger of the Federalists, and like an avalanche, precipitating the counter-revolutionary masses on Paris. The affront of May 31st was avenged, the rebellious Babylon punished. And by whom? By the mountain. Woe on the defeated! Those of June drank the chalice to the dregs. Crimes are eagerly being imputed to them. Had they emerged victorious, everyone would have asked for a place of honor behind their flag. They are dead, and everyone spits anathema on them. Reaction says they are escapees from penal colonies, and the mountain says they are in the pay of monarchism. What was the point of this last outrage? What is the goal of the fable of Russian gold and the ridiculous voyage in search of dynastic employment? As if royalty could today move a single paving stone. Why this pathetic tactic which makes friends and enemies laugh with pity? Most likely to prevent any solidarity with the defeated. But everyone knows there is nothing in common between you and them. Your artillery has sufficiently proved your innocence. Perhaps your artillery has to be justified in the eyes of some others, and so you go seeking imaginary leaders at the expense of the honor of the dead. You dare to say that the Parisian people, the precursors of the future, are nothing but a herd of animals that Pitt and Coburg lead to the slaughterhouse with a handful of salt. And all this because it pleased M. Ledru-Rollin to harangue them in the form of cannon fire. Fire, gentlemen, but don't slander. June 26th is one of those ill-fated days that the revolution takes credit for in tears, just as a mother calls for the corpse of her son. All of you, you great unknowns, who are swallowed up by the mass graves, poor Lazaruses fallen before the bullets in the great hunt for those in rags, you were nothing but the tools and mercenaries of royalism. You too, monuments to the justice and the clemency of our masters, unfortunate victims of prison ships. Calfavreux, Thuyer, writers struck from behind, noble martyrs of the press for whom the press had not one word of protection or farewell. And you, my old companions of Mont Saint-Michel, Geras, Herbulot, Pétremont, valiant soldiers of May and February, thrice guilty of the crime of lack of respect for the army, know there in your lion's pit that the cabal razzia swept you up as enemies of the Republic. And the saviors of the Republic, the Brutuses and Savolas, are the generals and aides-de-camp of Louis Philippe, the Marquis of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the holy militias of the congregations. But also the glorious decorated of June, all of them furious newly minted royalists, the princes and dukes, intrepid leaders of the rural National Guard. And finally, there's the Chouans who rose up en masse at the call of their priests to attack Paris. Did they do this to avenge 93, to avenge the old insults of the impious city? Not at all. It was to defend the Republic against the Parisian royalist brigands. Oh, old formulas! Will of the wisps that cause the mountains to sink into the marshes. This is the result of your blows. You've turned our senators into vicars and marabouts murmuring prayers they no longer understand. But this isn't your fault. You have always been clear about things, but the mountain's senses have been weakened. The world has moved on in 50 years, but they have remained immobile. Science has forged more certain weapons, cleared a wider and more direct road. But the mountain persists in walking down the paths of the past in old worn-out attire, and they cry out against any novelty unknown to our fathers. These Epimenides fell asleep during a session of the convention and upon awakening inadvertently took their place on the benches of the right. And then there they come, playing the year 1793 before the public, with its words, costumes, and decors, everything except the play's meaning, like those Elivius and Malibran of Camper Corentin who think they'll find the voices they need in the costume room. The first act opened with the decree of Vestes à la Robespierre. The show goes on, and we will be spared not a couplet or a line. The least change in the script will result in its criminal author being sent before the revolutionary tribunal. Our Epimenides recognize no other living beings than the dead of 1793, and whether they want it or not they assign everyone a role in their play. At the current moment it's the second Cordelier Club that's on stage. A deputy, infinitely newer in the Tate-Bout room than today en route Tate-Bout, having gotten sensed the presence of the first version and denounced a Hebertist conspiracy, the men of the mountain immediately set out on their trail. They swear that in order to fool the bloodhounds who are after them the guilty have changed their names, that Hébert is now called Proudhon and Jomet Raspail. They are searching everywhere for disguised versions of Racine, Momero, Vincent, Anacharsis Clootz, Bishop Goebel. Watch out for the priest of Saint Eustache, who is a socialist. I advise him if he falls into their hands that if he wants to come out of this safe to protest that he is not Father Goebel, but rather the Abbot Gregoire, and then he'll be smothered in excuses and caresses. The Jacobins asked M. Butches to illuminate their searches with his parliamentary history lantern. Imagine their surprise when he angrily answered them, "There's no need to seek, it is you who are the Hebertists since you don't admire the St. Bartholomew's massacre." It appears that at the moment of the abrupt awakening of February 24 all of the sleepers carried out a confused exchange of heads, to such an extent that in the midst of this chaos of unmatched physiognomies the disoriented M. Butches takes Girondins for Hebertists, the former thinking themselves to be men of the mountain. People then ran to seek information from Pierre Leroux, the author of the Renaissance Dans el Humanite. But the good patriarch gently told his questioners that without any doubt individuals are indefinitely reborn from generation to generation, but perfected and better, that consequently there were no more, there could no longer be, either Girondins, men of the mountain, or Hebertists. The response convinced no one and the searches are actively continuing. We already have proved that Le Peuple, the newspaper of Hébert Proudhon, is nothing but the former Père Duchesne disguising its style. These buffooneries would be funny if they hadn't become tragic. Unfortunately, in this play every scene of uncontrollable laughter immediately engenders a scene of tears and blood. The actors themselves don't know the denouement of their performance. In all good faith they thought they were presenting it for the profit and not at the expense of the workers. They will perhaps console themselves for the misadventure with the thought that they were performing in a play with two ends, one happy and the other sad, and that all that is wrong flows from an error in the variant. But this mass of unexpected incidents, of situations improvised outside and against the libretto, seriously demoralizes them and leads them to dream about the fickleness of the public. Political romanticism has most decidedly perverted people's spirits. In no condition to resist the torrent and maintain the classical tradition in its integrity, the academicians of the mountain painfully resign themselves to make a sacrifice to the folly of the day and dress the old repertoire in the taste of today. Rags cut from Proudhon, Leroux, Cabet, and Fourier have been sewed onto Robespierre's worn-out coat, and from this variety they put together the most eclectic of picturesque and vulgar costumes, a harlequin's costume, now hung as a sign at the doors of the theatre and carried in great pomp around the streets for the edification of the crowd. On the breast of the mannequin, spread in trompe-l'oeil, shine the socialist labels, to the great chagrin of their legitimate owners, the innovators who see their formulas turned into advertisements for the Hôtel des Invalides. These fraudulent borrowings force us to lengthen our motto with endless epithets. Is it not disastrous to call oneself by a name more interminable than that of a Spanish grandee and to need a half an hour to issue one's rallying cry? We are victims of the most abominable of ambushes. It is we socialists, the so-called despoilers, who everyone despoils at will and with no shame. Even our name has been taken from us, and soon our shadows will be stolen. What is more, the men of the mountain, reaction's youngest children, in pillaging us have done nothing but follow the example of their elders. If today they steal our title of socialist, yesterday the others wrested our title of republican. Yes, this noble name of republican, outlawed and ridiculed by the counter-revolution, was imprudently stolen by them so they could crown themselves with the laurel of our victory. With the same audacity they stole from us our sublime slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity, so long insulted and covered with mud by them as the symbol of blood and death. Fortunately it rejected our flag. This was a mistake, it remains ours. Citizens, the mountain is dead. To socialism, its sole heir. This speech, religiously listened to, at various points incited unanimous applause among the listeners. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2010. The Socialist Workers' Banquet took place Sunday, December 3, 1848 at exactly noon at the Association of Cooks, 36 Barrière du Maine. 1,000 guests and 300 to 400 of the curious, 1,500 in all, among them 400 to 500 women, participated. The name of the chairman of the banquet, Citizen A. Blanqui, held in the dungeon of Vincennes, could be read on the tribune across from the name of the candidate of the Republican Socialists, F. V. Raspail. There could also be read on signs the names of those outlawed by reaction who are the most beloved of the people, Louis Blanc, Barbes, Albert. Citizen Saliers opened the session with these few words. Citizens. The Commission of the Socialist Workers' Banquet has chosen as its chairman Citizen Auguste Blanqui, held in the dungeon of Vincennes, applause. This commission, composed of workers, calling workers to this fraternal banquet, wants to testify in their name to its gratitude to this indefatigable combatant for democracy, this man who is the incessant victim of persecution because of his defense of the most noble of causes, whose pure devotion has been repaid with persecution and calumny. Citizens, you know how overwhelmed socialism today is. The very people who, if socialism could be personified in one man, would attempt to cross that man from the book of life, these very people proclaim themselves to be socialists. They say they are its adherents and reject its true principles. This presents a great danger for us. The history of the ideas that in all eras have served to tie men together shows us that it is the same lovers of the form who have often stifled the idea, or at least have reduced it to petty proportions. And so we proletarians, we for whom the word socialism is synonymous with that of liberation, have come here to present the true idea, the principle of socialism. We will do it in our way, with our hearts. We hope that you will take account of our efforts, yes. Yes. After these words Citizen Saliers read the prisoner's toast. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. Citizens, the mountain had sublime inspirations, daughters of the Gospels and philosophy. But it never possessed those positive theories that only grow slowly from a close analysis of the social body, just as the art of healing is born of the revelations of anatomy. Nevertheless, if it was lacking in the organizing force of science, the impulses of the heart sufficed to dictate to it the immortal slogan of the future: liberty, equality, fraternity, and that admirable symbol, the Declaration of Rights, which broadly interpreted contains the seed of all that will come in the future society. Unfortunately, it's the fate of the works of genius that have shaken the world to perish asphyxiated under the clouds of incense under which superstitious admirers drown them. The vivifying spirit of the master dies suffocated by the narrow observance of the text. The law of Moses succumbed to the desperate embrace of the Pharisees. The Quran will be extinguished, turned into stone by the immobility of its imbecilic sectarians. And the Gospels themselves would have been sealed in their tomb by the idolatrous hands of its disciples, who had become its grave diggers, if their immortal ideas, escaping from the icy corpse around which they knelt, had not reappeared ever more shining in the new incarnation that will perpetuate them among humanity. The Declaration of Rights, a formula born yesterday, is already suffering the fate of the old dogmas which in their period of decrepitude almost always become instruments of reaction against the redemptory labors of their revealers. The Judaic cult of the letter killed the revolutionary spirit of the symbol. The militant life of the mountain was brief, and like that of Christ ended on Golgotha. But its acts are a sparkling commentary on its words and provide the true meaning of the teachings it spread around the world. Like Jesus, the consoler of the poor, the enemy of the powerful, the mountain loved those who suffer and hated those who caused suffering. The salient element of its existence was its intimate alliance with the Parisian proletariat, not because it only felt the pain of one city, but because among so many populations equally bent down by suffering it found this energetic group ready at hand for the fight, for it was moved by the consciousness of its sufferings, and it made of them the liberating army of the human race. From August 10, the date of the fall of the monarchy, until for Prairial, the final convulsion of the faubourgs, the people and the mountain marched as one across the revolution, inseparable in victory and defeat. What a marvelous role to assume again! And one all the easier because the fight of 1793 was taken up again in 1848, on the same battlefield between the same combatants and, strange as it might seem, with almost the same incidents. What do we see? As in 1793 privilege in combat with equality, and as their champions in combat a reactionary legislative majority colliding with the masses of Parisian democracy. Will we also again find the mountain and its faithful brotherhood in arms with the people? And in fact, the name has reappeared. All the soldiers of the young phalanx bear it with pride and swear to bravely follow the steps of their predecessors. Silence. The gates swing open and the action begins. What do I hear? Under the pretext of fraternity Ledru the new leader of the Holy Mountain imperiously demands the return of the troops to the capital against the will of the people. Is this in any way the tradition of the mountain? I open my history book and I read that the Gironde, trembling in anger and fright before the pressure of the faubourgs, having demanded the formation of a camp of 20,000 men at the city gates to cover the national representatives, the mountain rose up against this project fatal to freedom, set the multitude in motion, threatened the majority, and finally gained victory in this life or death question. Paris remained free. We were less fortunate. And yet, turning the soldiers away from the bloody arena of civil war, where they could only harvest hatred and death, signified treating them as brothers. The men of the mountain preferred fraternization in the streets. What do we see now? The people marching in columns from the Champ de Mars to the Hôtel de Ville, and Ledru leader of the mountain, has them run the gauntlet between two ranks of bayonets. And then he sets counter-revolution on the anarchists. I never saw this maneuver in either Marat's or Danton's campaigns. On that day did the hero of the recall of the troops incorrectly read his Montagnard theory? And then there was another adventure. Who is that on horseback at the head of the National Guard? It's M. Ledru-Rollin, leader of the mountain leading victorious reaction to the Hôtel de Ville and the patriot prisoners to the dungeon of Versailles. Is it possible? Is it also M. Ledru-Rollin who presents and the mountain who vote the draconian law against public gatherings? It is. Good God! Are these Montagnards nothing but Girondins? But I read the name of Robespierre on their hats. Be patient. Faithful to the parallels, no scene of the past will be missing from today's drama. As in the past, the mounting tide of hostilities between a reactionary majority and the Parisian workers must inevitably lead to a May 31st. It broke out not on May 15th, a grotesque day, but on June 23rd. The army of the mountain was ready on that day. And what did we see? Our monkeys of the mountain throwing away their liberty bonnets and other revolutionary garb, inciting from the four corners all the stored-up anger of the Federalists, and like an avalanche, precipitating the counter-revolutionary masses on Paris. The affront of May 31st was avenged, the rebellious Babylon punished. And by whom? By the mountain. Woe on the defeated! Those of June drank the chalice to the dregs. Crimes are eagerly being imputed to them. Had they emerged victorious, everyone would have asked for a place of honor behind their flag. They are dead, and everyone spits anathema on them. Reaction says they are escapees from penal colonies, and the mountain says they are in the pay of monarchism. What was the point of this last outrage? What is the goal of the fable of Russian gold and the ridiculous voyage in search of dynastic employment? As if royalty could today move a single paving stone. Why this pathetic tactic which makes friends and enemies laugh with pity? Most likely to prevent any solidarity with the defeated. But everyone knows there is nothing in common between you and them. Your artillery has sufficiently proved your innocence. Perhaps your artillery has to be justified in the eyes of some others, and so you go seeking imaginary leaders at the expense of the honor of the dead. You dare to say that the Parisian people, the precursors of the future, are nothing but a herd of animals that Pitt and Coburg lead to the slaughterhouse with a handful of salt. And all this because it pleased M. Ledru-Rollin to harangue them in the form of cannon fire. Fire, gentlemen, but don't slander. June 26th is one of those ill-fated days that the revolution takes credit for in tears, just as a mother calls for the corpse of her son. All of you, you great unknowns, who are swallowed up by the mass graves, poor Lazaruses fallen before the bullets in the great hunt for those in rags, you were nothing but the tools and mercenaries of royalism. You too, monuments to the justice and the clemency of our masters, unfortunate victims of prison ships. Calfavreux, Thuyer, writers struck from behind, noble martyrs of the press for whom the press had not one word of protection or farewell. And you, my old companions of Mont Saint-Michel, Geras, Herbulot, Pétremont, valiant soldiers of May and February, thrice guilty of the crime of lack of respect for the army, know there in your lion's pit that the cabal razzia swept you up as enemies of the Republic. And the saviors of the Republic, the Brutuses and Savolas, are the generals and aides-de-camp of Louis Philippe, the Marquis of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the holy militias of the congregations. But also the glorious decorated of June, all of them furious newly minted royalists, the princes and dukes, intrepid leaders of the rural National Guard. And finally, there's the Chuns who rose up en masse at the call of their priests to attack Paris. Did they do this to avenge 93, to avenge the old insults of the impious city? Not at all. It was to defend the Republic against the Parisian royalist brigands. Oh, old formulas! Will o' the wisps that cause the mountains to sink into the marshes. This is the result of your blows. You've turned our senators into vicars and marabouts murmuring prayers they no longer understand. But this isn't your fault. You have always been clear about things, but the mountain's senses have been weakened. The world has moved on in 50 years, but they have remained immobile. Science has forged more certain weapons, cleared a wider and more direct road. But the mountain persists in walking down the paths of the past in old worn-out attire, and they cry out against any novelty unknown to our fathers. These Epimenides fell asleep during a session of the convention and upon awakening inadvertently took their place on the benches of the right. And then there they come, playing the year 1793 before the public, with its words, costumes, and decors, everything except the play's meaning, like those Elivius and Malibran of Camper Corentin who think they'll find the voices they need in the costume room. The first act opened with the decree of Vests à la Robespierre. The show goes on, and we will be spared not a couplet or a line. The least change in the script will result in its criminal author being sent before the revolutionary tribunal. Our Epimenides recognize no other living beings than the dead of 1793, and whether they want it or not they assign everyone a role in their play. At the current moment it's the second Cordelier Club that's on stage. A deputy, infinitely newer in the Tate-Bout room than today en rue Tate-Bout, having gotten sensed the presence of the first version and denounced a Hebertist conspiracy, the men of the mountain immediately set out on their trail. They swear that in order to fool the bloodhounds who are after them the guilty have changed their names, that Hébert is now called Proudhon and Jomet Raspail. They are searching everywhere for disguised versions of Racine, Momero, Vincent, Anatrisis Cloots, Bishop Gobel. Watch out for the priest of Saint Eustache, who is a socialist. I advise him if he falls into their hands that if he wants to come out of this safe to protest that he is not Father Gobel, but rather the Abbot Gregoire, and then he'll be smothered in excuses and caresses. The Jacobins asked M. Butches to illuminate their searches with his parliamentary history lantern. Imagine their surprise when he angrily answered them, "There's no need to seek, it is you who are the Hebertists since you don't admire the St. Bartholomew's massacre." It appears that at the moment of the abrupt awakening of February 24 all of the sleepers carried out a confused exchange of heads, to such an extent that in the midst of this chaos of unmatched physiognomies the disoriented M. Butches takes Girondins for Hebertists, the former thinking themselves to be men of the mountain. People then ran to seek information from Pierre Leroux, the author of the Renaissance Dans El Humanite. But the good patriarch gently told his questioners that without any doubt individuals are indefinitely reborn from generation to generation, but perfected and better, that consequently there were no more, there could no longer be, either Girondins, men of the mountain, or Hebertists. The response convinced no one and the searches are actively continuing. We already have proof that Le Peuple, the newspaper of Hébert Proudhon, is nothing but the former Père Duchesne disguising its style. These buffooneries would be funny if they hadn't become tragic. Unfortunately, in this play every scene of uncontrollable laughter immediately engenders a scene of tears and blood. The actors themselves don't know the denouement of their performance. In all good faith they thought they were presenting it for the profit and not at the expense of the workers. They will perhaps console themselves for the misadventure with the thought that they were performing in a play with two ends, one happy and the other sad, and that all that is wrong flows from an error in the variant. But this mass of unexpected incidents, of situations improvised outside and against the libretto, seriously demoralizes them and leads them to dream about the fickleness of the public. Political romanticism has most decidedly perverted people's spirits. In no condition to resist the torrent and maintain the classical tradition in its integrity, the academicians of the mountain painfully resign themselves to make a sacrifice to the folly of the day and dress the old repertoire in the taste of today. Rags cut from Proudhon, Leroux, Cabet, and Fourier have been sewed onto Robespierre's worn-out coat, and from this variety they put together the most eclectic of picturesque and vulgar costumes, a harlequin's costume, now hung as a sign at the doors of the theatre and carried in great pomp around the streets for the edification of the crowd. On the breast of the mannequin, spread in trompe-l'oeil, shine the socialist labels, to the great chagrin of their legitimate owners, the innovators who see their formulas turned into advertisements for the Hôtel des Invalides. These fraudulent borrowings force us to lengthen our motto with endless epithets. Is it not disastrous to call oneself by a name more interminable than that of a Spanish grandee and to need a half an hour to issue one's rallying cry? We are victims of the most abominable of ambushes. It is we socialists, the so-called despoilers, who everyone despoils at will and with no shame. Even our name has been taken from us, and soon our shadows will be stolen. What is more, the men of the mountain, reaction's youngest children, in pillaging us have done nothing but follow the example of their elders. If today they steal our title of socialist, yesterday the others wrested our title of Republican. Yes, this noble name of Republican, outlawed and ridiculed by the counter-revolution, was imprudently stolen by them so they could crown themselves with the laurel of our victory. With the same audacity they stole from us our sublime slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity, so long insulted and covered with mud by them as the symbol of blood and death. Fortunately it rejected our flag. This was a mistake, it remains ours. Citizens, the mountain is dead. To socialism, its sole heir. This speech, religiously listened to, at various points incited unanimous applause among the listeners. Warning to the people. The London Toast, February 25, 1851. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider 2004. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Note, toast sent by blanqui from Belle Isle to London, in response to a request for a toast for the February 25, 1851 banquet celebrating the anniversary of the 1848 revolution. Engels told the story of the toast. Barthélemy, calling himself a blanquiste, convinced Blanqui to send a toast to the Congress. Instead, he received a magnificent attack on the provisional government, Louis Blanc and co., among others. Barthélemy, stunned, put the document aside, and it was decided not to publish it. Blanqui. What shoals threaten the revolution of tomorrow? The shoals that shattered yesterday's, the deplorable popularity of bourgeois disguised as tribunes. Ledru-Rollin, Louis Blanc, Crémieux, Lamartine, Garny-Page, Dupont de Ellure, Flocon, Albert, Arago, Marist. A dismal list. Sinister names written in blood letters on the paving stones of democratic Europe. It's the provisional government that killed the revolution. It is upon its head that the responsibility for all these disasters, for the blood of so many thousands of victims must fall. Reaction does nothing but its job in slitting democracy's throat. The crime is that of the traitors the trusting people accepted as guides, but who instead delivered them to reaction. Contemptible government. Despite screams and prayers, it decrees the 45-centime tax that arouses the desperate countryside, it keeps in place the royalist leadership, the royalist magistrates, the royalist laws. Treason. It attacks the workers of Paris, April 15 it imprisons those of Limoges, it guns down those of Rouen on the 27th, it unleashes all their executioners, it deceives and hunts down all sincere republicans. Treason. Treason. To it alone belongs the terrible burden of all of the calamities that have all but wiped out the revolution. Oh, these are the real guilty ones, the guiltiest among the guilty, those the deceived people saw as its sword and shield, those it acclaimed with enthusiasm, the masters of its future. Woe on us if, on the imminent day of the people's victory, the forgetful indulgence of the masses allows a single one of these men who forfeited their mandate to take power. That, for a second time, would be the end of the revolution. Let the workers always have this list of accursed names before their eyes. And if one of them should ever appear in a government produced by the insurrection, let them all cry out with one voice, treason. Speeches, sermons, and programs would be nothing but frauds and lies, the same jugglers will return to perform the same act, with the same bag of tricks, they would form the first link of a new, more violent chain of reaction. Anathema on them, should they ever dare reappear. Shame and pity on the imbecilic mass which would again fall into their net. It's not enough that the thieves of February be ejected for good from the Hôtel de Ville, we must protect ourselves against new traitors. That government would be treasonous which, raised upon the proletarian bulwark, doesn't instantly carry out 1. The disarmament of the bourgeois guards. 2. The armament and organization of all workers into a national militia. There are doubtless other indispensable measures, but they will grow naturally from this first act, which is the preliminary guarantee, the only pledge of security for the people. Not one rifle must remain in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Without this, there is no salvation. The diverse doctrines which today dispute among themselves for the sympathy of the masses can one day fulfill their promises of betterment and well-being, on condition they not abandon the prey for its shadow. Arms and organization, these are the decisive elements of progress, the serious method for putting an end to poverty. Who has iron, has bread. We prostrate ourselves before the bayonets, the disarmed crowd is swept aside. France bristling with workers in arms means the advent of socialism. In the presence of armed workers, obstacles, resistances, and impossibilities will all disappear. But for those workers who allow themselves to be amused by ridiculous strolls in the street, by the planting of liberty trees, by the mellifluous phrases of lawyers, there will first be holy water, then insults, and, finally, grape shot. And destitution forever. Let the people choose. Proclamation of February 20, 1866. Source, Auguste blanqui. L'éternité par l'Astres, hypothèses astronomiques et autres textes, Société encyclopédique française, Editions de la Tête de Feuillis. 1972. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Given the declaration by the Minister of War, dated blank December 1851, signed Leroy and Saint Arnaud, which states, all individuals taken arms in hand will be executed. Given that following the criminal attack of December 2, 1851, those prisoners who were defenders of the Constitution were put to death during and after the combat. That in diverse places in the capital a crowd of citizens, inoffensive and without arms, innocent bystanders, were killed at the hands of the Praetorian guards. That on the boulevard, a mass of peaceful spectators, men, women, and children were suddenly and without provocation massacred by Bonaparte's soldiery. That this same soldiery slaughtered, in their homes, without distinction of either age or sex, the residents of several houses. That in the departments of the Herald and the Nievre, the defenders of the Constitution were, not gunned down, but guillotined by sentence of the councils of war, well after the end of the struggle. Given that in the presence of these crimes the magnanimity which the people has shown over the last 40 years during civil wars would from here on in be both a crime and an act of suicide. The Commander-in-Chief of the Republican Army declares. Article 1, Bonaparte, his ministers, the legislature, and the Senate are declared public enemies. Article 2, all government functionaries are suspended from their duties. All violators will be executed. Article 3, all police officers and agents are to remain at home. Those who appear on the streets, in uniform or otherwise, will be executed. Article 4, those officers who are members of a body that fired on the people will be executed. Article 5, officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers of any artillery regiment that fired on houses so as to set them on fire, will be executed. Article 6, those non-commissioned officers and soldiers who fired on the people will be sent to the colonies. Those who massacred children, women, or the elderly will be executed. Article 7, all soldiers are called upon to shoot down any chief who orders that the people be fired upon. Article 8, those officers who, during the struggle, declare themselves for the Republic, will receive a large reward as a sign of national gratitude. Article 9, those soldiers and non-commissioned officers who, during the struggle, embrace the Republican cause will have a right either to leave the army, or to promotion to a higher rank within the national army. Upon leaving, each soldier will receive 300 francs beyond his departure bonus, each non-commissioned officer 500 francs. Reclamation to Parisians. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitchell Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Parisians. 16 years of gags. 16 years of outrages. France scoffed at, pillaged, trampled upon. Wasn't that enough? No. Now hunger tears at the guts of the people. Bonaparte promised glory and prosperity. Prosperity. Yes, he alone devoured 400 million francs, 25 million a year, 70,000 francs a day. He gorged with gold his Mamelukes, speculators, camp followers, priests. All he left to you to satisfy your hunger, was the rubble of demolitions. Glory? We know it, Mexico, Montana. And that's only a beginning. From here on out all soldiers between 20 and 30 are soldiers, soldiers of the Pope. They'll have the honor of dying for the Jesuits, and Father Hyacinth promises to hear their confessions on the battlefield. To those who escape that glory, they'll distribute soup at the doors of churches and barracks. No more workshops. No more marriages. All of that is revolutionary. Nothing but palaces and prisons, convents, and whorehouses. To arms, Parisians. Enough is enough. You received freedom from your fathers, you will not leave servitude to your sons. The oppressors have filled the cup to the brim. To arms. Let punishment fall like lightning on their outrages. The hour of the great revolution of the people has sounded. Let us march. Manual for an Armed Insurrection. Transcribed, for www.marxists.org, by Andy Blunden. Translated, by Andy Blunden, 2003. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. Barricade. Preliminary. This program is purely military and leaves entirely to the side the political and social question, which this isn't the place for. Besides, it goes without saying, that the revolution must, effectively work against the tyranny of the capital, and, reconstitute society on the basis of justice. A Parisian insurrection which repeats the old mistakes no longer has any chance of success today. In 1830, popular fervor alone was enough to bring down a power surprised and terrified by an armed insurrection, an extraordinary event, which had one chance in 1,000. That was good once. The lesson was learned by the government, which remained monarchical and counter-revolutionary, although it was the result of a revolution. They began to study street warfare, and the natural superiority of art and discipline over inexperience and confusion was soon re-established. However, it will be said, in 1848 the people triumphed using the methods of 1830. So be it. But let us not have any illusions. The victory of February 1830 was nothing but a stroke of luck. If Louis Philippe had seriously defended himself, supremacy would have remained with the uniforms. The proof is the June days. It is here that one can see how disastrous were the tactics, or rather the absence of tactics of the insurrection. Never had they had such a favorable position, 10 chances against 1. On one side, the government in total anarchy, demoralized troops, on the other, all the workers were solid and almost certain of success. Why did they succumb? Owing to lack of organization. To account for their defeat, it is enough to analyze their strategy. The uprising breaks out. At once, in the workers' districts, the barricades go up here and there, aimlessly, at a multitude of points. 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 men, brought together by chance, the majority without weapons, they start to overturn carriages, dig up paving stones and pile them up to block the roads, sometimes in the middle of a street, more often at intersections. Many of these barriers would present hardly any obstacle to the cavalry. Sometimes, after the crude beginnings of preparing their defenses, the builders leave to go in the search of rifles and ammunition. In June, one could count more than 60 barricades, about 30 or so alone carried the burdens of the battle. Of the others, 19 or 20 did not fire a shot. From there, glorious bulletins made a lot of noise about the removal of 50 barricades, where there was not a soul. While some are tearing the paving stones from the streets, other small bands are disarming the corps de garde or seizing gunpowder and weapons from the armories. All this is done without coordination or direction, at the mercy of individual imagination. Little by little, however, a certain number of barricades, higher, stronger, better built, are chosen by defenders, who concentrate there. It is not calculation, but chance which determines the site of these principal fortifications. Just a few, by a kind of military inspiration rather than design, occupy the large intersections. During this first period of the insurrection, the troops, on their side, gather. The generals receive and study the police reports. They take good care not to let their detachments venture out without unquestionable data, for fear of failure which would demoralize the soldiers. As soon as they have determined the positions of the insurrectionists, they mass the regiments at various points which will constitute from now on the base of their operations. Both armies are in position. Let us look at their maneuvers. Here will be laid bare the vice of popular tactics, the undoubted cause of the disaster. Neither direction nor general command, not even coordination between the combatants. Each barricade has its particular group, more or less numerous, but always isolated. Whether it numbers 10 or 100 men, it does not maintain any communication with the other positions. Often there is not even a leader to direct the defense, and if there is, his influence is next to nil. The fighters do whatever comes into their head. They stay, they leave, they return, according to their good pleasure. In the evening, they go to sleep. In consequence of these continual comings and goings, the number of citizens remaining at the barricades varies rapidly by a third, a half, sometimes by 3/4. Nobody can count on anybody. From this grows distrust of their capacity to succeed and thus, discouragement. Nothing is known of what is happening elsewhere and they do not trouble themselves further. Rumors circulate, some black, some rosy. They listen peaceably to the cannons and the gunfire, while drinking at the wine merchants. As for sending relief to the positions under attack, there is not even the thought of it. Let each defend his post, and all will be well, say the strongest. This singular reasoning is because the majority of the insurgents fight in their own district, a capital fault which has disastrous consequences, in particular the denunciation by their neighbors, after the defeat. For with such a system, defeat is certain. It comes at the end in the person of 2 or 3 regiments which fall upon the barricade and crush their few remaining defenders. The whole battle is just the monotonous repetition of this invariable maneuver. While the insurrectionists smoke their pipes behind heaps of paving stones, the enemy successively concentrates all his forces against one point, then onto a second, a third, a fourth, and thereby exterminates the insurrection one bit at a time. The popular fighters do not take care to counter this easy task. Each group awaits its turn philosophically and would not venture to run to the aid of a neighbor in danger. No. He will defend his post, he cannot give up his post. This is how one perishes through absurdity. When, thanks to such grave faults, the great Parisian revolt of 1848 was shattered like glass by the most pitiful of governments, what catastrophe should we not fear if we begin again with the same stupidity, before a savage militarism, which now has in its service the recent conquests of science and technology, railways, the electric telegraph, rifled cannon, the breech-loading rifles. For example, something we should not count as one of the new advantages of the enemy is the strategic thoroughfares which now furrow the city in all the directions. They are feared, but wrongly. There is nothing about them to be worried about. Far from having created a danger for the insurrection, as people think, on the contrary they offer a mixture of disadvantages and advantages for the two parties. If the troops circulate with more ease along them, on the other hand they are also heavily exposed and in the open. Such streets are unusable under gunfire. Moreover, balconies are miniature bastions, providing lines of fire on their flanks, which ordinary windows do not. Lastly, These long straight avenues deserve perfectly the name of boulevard that is given to them. They are indeed true boulevards, which constitute the natural front of a very great strength. The weapon par excellence in street warfare is the rifle. The cannon makes more noise than effect. Artillery could have serious impact only by the use of incendiaries. But such an atrocity, employed systematically on a large scale, would soon turn against its authors and would be to their loss. The grenade, which people have the bad habit of calling a bomb, is generally secondary, and subject besides to a mass of disadvantages. It consumes a lot of powder for little effect, is very dangerous to handle, has no range and can only be used from windows. Paving stones do almost as much harm but are not so expensive. The workers do not have money to waste. For the interior of houses, the revolver and the bayonet, sword, saber and dagger. In a boarding house, a pike or 8-foot-long halberd would triumph over the bayonet. The army has only two great advantages over the people, the breech-loading rifle and organization. This last especially is immense, irresistible. Fortunately one can deprive him of this advantage, and in this case ascendancy passes to the side of the insurrection. In civil disorders, with rare exceptions, soldiers march only with loathing, by force and brandy. They would like to be elsewhere and more often look behind than ahead. But an iron hand retains them as slaves and victims of a pitiless discipline, without any affection for authority. They obey only fear and are lacking in any initiative. A detachment which is cut off is a lost detachment. The commanders are not unaware of this, and worry above all to maintain communication between all their forces. This need cancels out a portion of their manpower. In the popular ranks, there is nothing like this. There one fights for an idea. There only volunteers are found, and what drives them is enthusiasm, not fear. Superior to the adversary in devotion, they are much more still in intelligence. They have the upper hand over him morally and even physically, by conviction, strength, fertility of resources, promptness of body and spirit. They have both the head and the heart. No troop in the world is the equal of these elite men. So what do they lack in order to vanquish? They lack the unity and coherence which, by having them all contribute to the same goal, fosters all those qualities which isolation renders impotent. They lack organization. Without it, they haven't got a chance. Organization is victory, dispersion is death. June 1848 put this truth beyond question. What would be the case today? With the old methods, the entire people would succumb should the troops decide to hold out, and they will hold out, so long as they see before them only irregular forces, without direction. On the other hand, the very sight of a Parisian army in good order operating according to tactical regulations would strike the soldiers dumb and make them drop their resistance. A military organization, especially when it has to be improvised on the battlefield, is no small business for our party. It presupposes a commander-in-chief and, up to a certain point, the usual series of officers of all ranks. Where to find this personnel? Revolutionary and socialist middle-class men are rare, and the few that there are fight only the war of the pen. These gentlemen imagine they can turn the world upside down with their books and their newspapers, and for 16 years they have scribbled as far as the eye can see, without being tired out by their difficulties. With an equine patience, they suffer the bit, the saddle, and the riding crop, and never a kick. Damn that! Return the blows. That's for louts. These heroes of the inkstand profess the same scorn for the sword as officers for their slices of bread and butter. They do not seem to suspect that force is the only guarantee of freedom, that people are slaves wherever the citizens are ignorant of art of soldiery and give up the privilege to a caste or a corporate body. In the republics of antiquity, among the Greeks and Romans, everyone knew and practiced the art of war. The professional soldier was an unknown species. Cicero was a general, Caesar a lawyer. By taking off the toga and donning the uniform, they would begin as colonel or captain and would acquit themselves ably. As long as it is not the same in France, we will remain civilians fit to be cut down at mercy of the officer caste. Thousands of the educated young, working class, and bourgeois tremble under a detested yoke. To break it, do they think of taking up the sword? No. The pen, always the pen, only the pen. Why the one and not the other, as the duty of a republican requires? In times of tyranny, to write is fine, to fight is better, when the enslaved pen remains powerless. Eh bien, no. They publish a pamphlet, then go into prison, but they do not think of opening a manual of military tactics, to learn there in 24 hours the trade which constitutes all the power of our oppressors, and which would put in our hands our revenge and their punishment. But what is the good of these complaints? It is the stupid practice of our time to deplore something instead of doing something about it. Jeremiads are the fashion. Jeremiah poses in all the attitudes, he cries, whips, he dogmatizes, he dominates, he thunders, the plague of all plagues. Let us leave these elegizers, these gravediggers of freedom. The duty of a revolutionist is the fight come what may, the fight until death. Do the cotters lack for the forming of an army? Eh bien. We must improvise them on the ground even, in the course of action. The people of Paris will provide all the elements, former soldiers, ex-National Guards. Their scarcity will oblige us to reduce to a minimum the number of officers and NCOs. But no matter. The zeal, the ardor, the intelligence of the volunteers, will make up for this deficit. The essential thing is to organize. No more of these tumultuous risings, with 10,000 isolated heads, acting at random, in disorder, without any overall design, each in their local area and acting according to their own whim. No more of these ill-conceived and badly made barricades, which waste time, encumber the streets, and block circulation, as necessary to one party as the other. As much as the troops, the Republican must have freedom of his movements. No useless racing about, hurly-burly, clamoring. Every minute and every step is equally precious. Above all, do not hole up in our own district as the insurrectionists have never failed to do, to their great harm. This mania, after having caused the defeat, facilitates proscriptions. We must cure ourselves of this under penalty of catastrophe. Working Class Exclusivism. Source, Critique sociale, Vol. 2, Paris, F. Alkin, 1885. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia-alike, Marxists.org 2015. T.'s proposal to only admit workers to the international and the cooperatives is a re-establishing of the corporations of the ancient regime and compagnonage. 1. This constitutes the abdication of any political and civic idea, the relegating of workers to an entirely private, purely material existence. It's their intellectual and moral degradation, the proclaiming of their inferiority as a caste. It's a veritable abdication. January 1868. 1. Societies of journeymen in craft trades, a movement of some strength in the mid-19th century but which dated back to the 18th. Notes on Positivism. Etching of Blanqui as an older man. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia-alike, Marxists.org 2004. Transcribed, by Andy Blunden. April 1, 1869. Positive Philosophy, No. 5, March-April 1869, article by Hippolyte Stupui, a remark on Condorcet, pages 201 and following. A pile of nonsense and sillinesses concerning Christianity and the Middle Ages wrongly attacked by the revolutionaries, according to the author. Claimed benefits of Catholicism and feudalism. Execrable doctrines of historical fatalism, fatalism in humanity. Everything that happens is for the good, for only what exists, is solely that which happens. Catholicism is irreproachable so long as it is the strongest. Its wrongs begin only with its weakness. Feudalism also is a good thing as long as it crushes. It becomes plague only by virtue of its decline. The most audacious misrepresentation of the facts just as inept for the justification of this sinister theory of progress as for things carrying on the same. The grotesque self-satisfaction of these systematizers, in their pedantry. Their alleged sociology sets itself up as an almost mathematical science. The most stupid observations, more, manifestly, ridiculous, presented, unashamedly, as scientifically demonstrated truths. Auguste Comte did not discover anything in any domain. He classified, categorized, pedantized. His system varies according to his liking of events and of the circumstances. This alleged founder of positive science ultimately threw himself into the extravagances of mysticism. This destroyer of dogmas improvised his own religion of humanity with its sacraments and priesthood. Why? The coup d'état by Napoleon, December 1851, terrified him. It manifested the sudden and unexpected triumph of the past. To bend it and seduce it, he offered an ultra-aristocratic religion, the system of the castes, the control of the masses, the absolute domination of the rich, all the accumulated insanities of Brahmanism and Christianity. Why do the orthodox disciples refuse to follow him along these lines? By what right do they forswear this outcome of his philosophy, while proclaiming Comte the supreme prophet who has uttered the last word of humanity? They speak on his behalf but at the same time disavow him. If he was extravagant in his last prophecies, he cannot infallible in the first. Positivism, which accuses everyone outside of itself of wrong and travesty, and claims to be the negation of Protestantism, deism, atheism, is the very model of negation, thorough, systematic scepticism to the point of the absurdity, dressed up as religion. It is not positivism, but negativism, or rather nihilism. It is a rationalization, a deception, a trick. To show its sociological science, it tortures and disguises the historical record with an audacity which would make even Father Jean Loriquet jealous. And this is an imposing audacity. It is enough for it to be entitled science, dressed up with a name universally respected so as to turn it into something sacrosanct. Nobody dares to look it in the eye. One must be humble and take off your hat to it. One also has to say that it has the protection of the cowards, very powerful protection. It is used as shelter for atheists and for shamefaced materialists who make a point of living in peace with the reigning force and never get mixed up with the radical movement. If it were not for this support, the spoon-fed doctrines of distortion and of the equivocation would soon have sunk. But, no matter what one says, the cowards are a first-class rampart. Spiritual authority, though respectable and respected in the Middle Ages, said Stucqui page 203, discredited itself more and more in the 16th century due to the public spectacle of its misconduct and by the endless conflicts surrounding its elections, with the papal elections. How could the misconduct of the popes and the scandals of the conclave in 16th century be compared, even at a stretch, with the infamies, depravity, and the atrocities of the papal competitions of 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, the time when he depicts the spiritual authority as being so established? Respectable, because it is uncontested and omnipotent thanks to wiping out its opponents, its ferocity. Christianity would certainly not have got very far without, lived only by, violence. Right from the start violence was its single method, the use of the rack which is its. Already by the 1st century, in the Dark Ages, it proceeds by force, oppression, spying, calumny. It has as a citadel its organization, for its weapon, all forms of violence. This formidable organization resists all, triumphs over all. The first victim is the Roman Empire. Victorious, Christianity is maintained, like that which it conquered, by crushing. Without this system, it would have died in its cradle, and once master, would not have lasted 200 years if it had relaxed. Its militia, its wars without quarter, the steel, the flame, torture, enslavement, trickery, the shackling of thought laying siege to every individual, the immediate crushing of any opposition, consolidated it through the centuries and past all obstacles. Fire, carnage, destruction mark its road. What would have happened, if Christianity had succumbed in any of the fights in which it triumphed? No one can say, even speculate. Even the briefest conjecture on this subject would be a silliness, because things followed this course, it seems that they could not have followed any other. The accomplished fact has an irresistible power. It is destiny even. The spirit finds itself, is overwhelmed by it and does not dare to revolt, to resist. It has no foundation. It could base itself only on a vacuum, on nothing. What a terrible force for the fatalists of history, admirers of this accomplished fact. All the atrocities of the victor, its long series of crimes are coldly transformed into a regular, inescapable evolution, like that of nature. Nothing stops these imperturbable systematizers. Jean 12, Marosha, Theodora, Mathilde, etc., constitute a respectable and respected spiritual authority. All that is legitimate, useful, essential. One must simply observe the natural procession of things, obligatory for mankind. Unparalleled logic without peer, everything is connected and follows one from another, there is a constant relationship to be found in events, each time is the product of the previous time. What a beautiful discovery and what a beautiful argument! Without doubt, all things are interconnected and enmeshed with one another. Every second follows according the second before. But the gears of human things are not fatalistic like that of the natural universe. They are modifiable at every moment. A couple are going to marry. I kill the man and take the woman. The children of this woman will then be mine. Couldn't they have been those of the man who was killed? The murder intervened and changed the father. There is always relationship, but the descent is very different. Nevertheless, it is immoral, it is a crime to glorify the past, to justify it by alleged immutable laws, to call upon the dignity of history which demands respect or even indulgence for the horrors of times gone by. To speak about the services of Catholicism could be, at certain moments, a deception, an illusion of the times. Today, however, after the lessons of recent years, one may no longer, in the name of fatalism, plead the cause of this harmful religion. From beginning to end, it has produced nothing and will do only evil. It was no more useful for humanity than smallpox, the plague, or cholera are necessary to a man's health. The doctrine of continuous progress is a fantasy of times of transition. It gave a few years of vogue to Catholicism under the reign of Louis Philippe. It was one of the forms of the reaction against the mercenary attitude, a reaction to democracy caused by the boiling over and cynical outpouring of material interests. The middle class established without shame the worship of the golden calf and seemed to set it up as the universal religion. Honest thoughts, ideas of social justice were outlawed, self-enrichment at all costs was proclaimed the only virtue. For a moment, in the initial disgust at the stench, the revolution forgot the crimes of Catholicism and remembered only its spirituality, and almost had the illusion of seeing in its deposed adversary, an ally against the filthy enemy which had emerged suddenly before it. The Middle Ages were suddenly and universally the fashion, in the popular camp, by mistake and naivete, and among the conservatives by instinct and calculation. This was a shallow unanimity. The mistake disappeared, dissipated, cleared up, the instinct was made into a doctrine. Everything again took on its own color. The future recognized in Christianity its enemy mortal, the past its last farewell. Positivism, sewn, attached, to the coattails of a prophet, remains fixed in the admiration of the Middle Ages. Auguste Comte, at the time of this transitory passion, laid down the foundations of his heavy sociological construction. It would have been better if the disciples had buried themselves in the brickwork of their master. They distort, they cripple history to make it fit in with the ravings of the new holy books. The Bible was a divine inspiration. The volumes of Auguste Comte are revealed science. Which is the worse impertinence? In its systematization of the Middle Ages, positivism sacrifices with neither pity nor scruple all the martyrs of thought and justice, Abelard, Arnaud de Brescia, Rienzi, etc. Certainly, it does not dare condemn them, it confines itself to concealing their names or their roles, and to simply erasing from history the great figures which contradict its thesis of the legitimacy of the papacy, legitimate, and rational, just so long as they had a value in preserving the very powerful, to be damned, as soon as they no longer succeeded in preserving it from decline. This positivism is truly a rare impudence. It is positivism which discovered the sun, the moon, and stars. It is continually making up a mass of things as marvelous as they are ignored, such as bread, wine, candles, etc. Nothing existed before it. It veritably created, arranged, enumerated, everything. Its process of manufacture is curious. It consists in bogging down in a vast marsh of what everyone already knows, 2 words of the most limpid water. In this way, the simple truth, one is always a part of one's own time, positivism gives to the world twisted in 50 unreadable pages. Other discoveries by the same method, all epochs, have retrograde stages and the advanced stages. Who had discovered, found, that and many other things before Auguste Comte? It is surely he who planted a positive nose in the middle of our faces. Until the arrival of this Messiah, we had only false noses, cardboard noses. ******. From its alleged science of sociology, as well as from its philosophy of history, positivism excludes the idea of justice. It does not admit that the law of progress, but at the same time, continues fatalism. Each thing is excellent in its time since it takes place, marks a stage, in the series of improvements, the relationship of progress. All is always the best of all possibilities. There is no criterion to appreciate the good or the bad. Any such criterion would be preconceived, a priori, metaphysics. The experiment of the centuries shows that the only agent of progress is education, that the light spouts, almost, only out of the exchange, and the shock, of human thought, that consequently all that supports and multiplies this exchange is to the good, all that removes it or obstructs it is evil. However, Christianity has as a fundamental principle the destruction of freedom of thought and the communication of thought. From this observation, it is therefore the darkness and the evil. Hey! That's all metaphysics and twaddle. The positivist answers. The truth it is that, it doesn't matter by what means, Christianity fought and reigned over 1,500 years, and was necessarily progressive throughout this period of struggle and power. It started to become evil and an obstacle to progress only from its decline, and only because it declined. However, at the beginning, at its apogee and in its decline, its method was always the same, extermination of the thought that doesn't matter. Hosanna! Glory to its triumph! Hurrah! Ho! Ho! Down! Down! With its defeat. Such is positive philosophy, as generous as it is just, as noble as it is comforting. The mania of progress nevertheless, to these blind systematizers, goes up until the charge of retrograde movement and of negative impetus, which is made against the renaissance of Greco-Latin art, and according to them this victory over the infamous work of the Middle Ages is a retreat. It broke the regular evolution of Christianity. It fraudulently introduced old-fashioned paganism into the new world, modernity. Antiquity is an intruder who deceived us, while causing an ebb tide in the river of the ages, because it made the flow of the ages go back up. It is true that in reappearing in that day, like the Rhone after its disappearance under Lake Geneva, antiquity was able to give the lie to, blast, the infatuation of continuous development. Stopping short, then repressed in the night the Middle Ages, it reinstated the idea of freedom on the ruins of the Cristiano-absolutist tradition, and the Republic was preserved, remained, in safekeeping in the entrails of the Greek and Latin idioms. Thus, this theory of uninterrupted and fatalistic progress is false. For Greco-Roman civilization leapt over Christianity to regenerate modern civilization in spite of it, against it. There is no clearer proof that this religion, this terrible disease, for nearly 2,000 years kept humanity nailed to a bed of sorrows. If science had a birth, it is with the printing press, which rested on the old world, antiquity, delivered, saved, of the tiger which had watched over it from the cradle. The positivists like science and sing its praises. Et bien, it is the daughter of antiquity. Christianity failed to kill it. Which? To the stake. Shouted this infamy. Science did not escape without punishment, witness Roger Bacon, Raymond Lully, and so many others. She lives again today in order to punish the monster. By what right are the panegyrists of the assassin made the cantors of the victim? Positivism is just one long series of tricks. The first and best are its name, which grabs for itself the right to all that is truth and reality. It is joined with science from the beginning and endorses it by this marriage. Positive science, say the vulgar. Before Kant there only existed negative science. However, this coupling is a redundancy. Would lighting lamp lumiere éclatant be more ridiculous? But what does the sin of Pleonism count for positivist gibberish, this corroding scab on our language? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Positivism calls each of the various known sciences particular science, and science in general, positive philosophy, that is to say, Comtist classification. It thus modestly introduces, in the humanities as the science of sciences, what? The fantasies of a pedant. A nomenclature without any practical value, without any current application, a useless trinket, toy, to be put away, to look good, under a bell jar, glass. The public carries on and follows, with their eyes closed, quite dazed by the appalling gibberish which seems to them at least to have come out of the cave of Trophonius. The whole value of positivism is its materialism. Take away this quality, and nothing any more remains but errors and impertinence. No one demonstrates the truth of materialism better and, strange to say, it refuses to draw the conclusion and treats materialism as metaphysics. What a joke! Et messieurs! You give your qualities to others so ponderously. And we do not accept them so slowly. To affirm, in the name of the experiment, the mortality of the soul and the eternity of matter, but to refuse the characterization of materialist, is a refinement of casuistry inaccessible to the intelligence of a simple mortal. What is materialism, if not the doctrine which declares the universe infinite in time and space, and the spirit a property inseparable from the nervous substance, in life as in death? With its twisting and turning and its subtleties, positivism more or less says the same thing. To be frank, where is the difference between the two doctrines? Here, one just a particularism, German style, the other, the universality of human knowledge. So has positivism invented this knowledge? No, it quite simply strings them together in a rosary and delivers up this rosary as its own work. Positivism is a demigod who knows all, which embraces all, from the furthest boundaries of transcendental mathematics to the meanest details of sociology, past, present, and future. Atop its omniscient throne, with a scornful glance, it turns its back on the myrmidon loyal followers of Achilles who dare to make a similar claim and says to them as to a weak insect, what is there between us? Auguste Comte. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Page 375, Positive Philosophy, Number 3, Dec November 1869, article from the Revolution by Littra. The dreadful pathos of Auguste Comte on the philosophies of Voltaire and Rousseau. The bad faith of the so-called prophet revelator who makes the pretense of recognizing in the 18th century only two schools, both the one and the other deist, without uttering a word about the materialist and atheist school represented by the Pleiad, Diderot, d'Holbach, d'Alembert, Lametrie, etc., Helvetius, etc. The good man had his reasons to erase this Pleiad. Put simply, he wanted to invent atheism in the name of positivism. Following the example of the master, the disciples also pretend to see in atheism only a metaphysics. But take away from their gibberish the atheistic idea and the materialism, and what remains? A whimsical system of classification, of collating. With this word, positivism, it almost succeeded in posing as the creators of all the social sciences. What terrible gibberish is the style of Auguste Comte? Could a similar writer ever extract something serious from his brain? The positivist Émile Littre finds in this patois an explanation of the reactionary consequences of their mitre. It is, he says, the interference, of the reaction in the Thermidorian movement. Robespierre's violence had made the reaction imminent. This reason is that of Diaphorius. Why does opium make one sleep? Because it has a dormitive property, from whence comes the interference of the reaction in the Thermidorian movement. What made it possible? Having already been crushed, why was it that it could raise its head and triumph so suddenly? The fault was with the composition of the parliaments, all bad without exception, since 1789. The Constituent Assembly, the Legislative Assembly, the Convention were collections of egoistical and cowardly bourgeois, rows of nonentities and mediocrities where people with talent were to be found in small number and rarer still were people of any character. Crushed by the revolutionary minority on May 31st, then recalled thanks to being rescued from the dictatorship of Robespierre by the Montagnards, the retrograde majority of the convention found itself free on 9 Thermidor and in control the next day. Below, translated by Mitchell Abider. April 8, 1869. The source of progress is the communication of thought. Evil is thus all that opposes this communication, and good all that favors and multiplies it. In this regard the discovery of the printing press was the greatest benefit, and Christianity the greatest scourge, to afflict humanity. To enchain the human spirit to an immutable dogma, and to demand in principle and to practice in fact systematic destruction in order to maintain this so-called absolute truth and the eternal immobilization of thought, is this not to attack all of humanity? The crime par excellence is thus everything that has as its goal the prolongation of the existence of that religion of death, and our first obligation is the annihilation at whatever price of so horrible a plague. In the trial of the past before the future contemporary memoirs are the witnesses, history the judge, and the verdict almost always an iniquity, either through the falsity of its depositions, or the absence, or the ignorance, of the tribunal. Fortunately the appeal remains forever open, and the light of future centuries, cast from afar on past centuries, denounces there the verdict of the shadows. March 21, 69. Catholicism is the first and last support of all oppression. It blesses the coffin of that which expires, and the cradle of that which is being born. April 15, 69. The liberals lie about what they did yesterday, on what they are doing today, and on what they'll do tomorrow. Review Positive, March-April 1869, article by Y. Ruboff on Russian drunkenness. Masterpiece of pedantic stupidity and positivist cretinism. The essence of this lovely work is the powerlessness of governments to do anything, to change anything, to modify anything in the peoples they dominate. All of history is the proof of this, is it not? O triumph of sociology! March 29, 69. In violent situations that place life at permanent risk either slaves crushed by terror are needed, or souls exalted by enthusiasm. The profession of a soldier, and even more that of a sailor, is only possible for the two extremes, the dolt or the hero. The qualification of Catholic given to atheists despite themselves is the worst of outrages. In the registers of prisons, in census documents, that mark is applied to their shoulders. They are made the prisoners of Catholicism. It's the Inquisition in action. That we weigh down the atheist with the most insulting epithets, so be it. He will willingly accept them as compliments. But Catholic, a name that represents all he hates and holds in contempt, a name that forcibly enrolls him under the enemy flag and makes him the official soldier of his persecutors. It is thus that the so-called majorities are formed in the name of which people are oppressed. The prosecutions for working on Sunday, the churches built at great cost for a handful of real Catholics, the inquisitorial condemnations by tribunals, all rely on the mass of the indifferent, and even adversaries, disguised as papist sectarians. This name inflicted through violence must be rejected, and justice done on the insolent locutions that outlaw all that is not of the Christian sect. Everywhere this name of Christian is substituted for that of man, as if one ceased to be a man on ceasing to be a Christian. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Whatever the heterodox of positivism might say, Kant's second manner existed in germ in his first. He always professed a great respect for Catholicism, limiting himself to saying, "You were sublime in your time, but that time has passed. You are now rancid and rococo. Lay yourself down with dignity in your coffin, like those old savages who can no longer carry out scalpings and voluntarily leave for the land of the Great Spirit. Off with you, good man. Off to the other world and make room for your natural heir, sacrosanct positivism." Morale Independent of March 26, 69. Morality defines respect for one's own person and dignity as respect for the person and dignity of others. An entirely passive morality. Don't allow yourself to be impinged upon, and don't impinge upon others. This is a narrow, roguish, bristly, barricaded, selfish individualism. It is isolation. True morality is active. It's the mutualist idea, solidarity, association, common action. Eternity through the stars. Excerpt. Source, Louis Auguste Blanqui, L'Eternité par l'Astres. Libre Iri Germer Baliera, 1872, Paris. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2004. The entire universe is composed of stellar systems. In order to create them, nature has only 100 simple bodies at its disposal. Despite the prodigious profit it knows how to make from its resources, and the incalculable number of combinations these allow its fecundity, the result is necessarily a finite number, like that of the elements themselves. And in order to fill the entire expanse, nature must infinitely repeat each of its original or generic combinations. Every star, whatever it might be, thus exists in infinite number in time and space, not only in one of its aspects, but as it is found in every second of its duration, from birth until death. All the beings spread across its surface, big or little, animate or inanimate, share in this privilege of perennity. The earth is one of these stars. Every human being is thus eternal in every second of its existence. What I write now in a cell in the fort of Toro I wrote and will write under the same circumstances for all of eternity, on a table, with a pen, wearing clothing. And so for all. One after another all these earths are submerged in renovatory flames, to be reborn there and to fall into them again, the monotonous flowing of an hourglass that eternally turns and empties itself. It is something new that is always old, something old that is always new. Those curious about extraterrestrial life will nevertheless smile at a mathematical conclusion that grants them not only immortality but eternity. The number of our doubles is infinite in time and space. In all conscience, we can hardly ask for more. These doubles are of flesh and blood, or in pants and coats, in crinoline and chignon. These aren't phantoms, they are the now eternalized. There is nevertheless a great defect, there is, alas, no progress. No, these are vulgar re-editions, repetitions. As it is with editions of past worlds, so it is with those of future worlds. Only the chapter of bifurcations remains open to hope. Never forget that all we could have been here, we are somewhere else. Progress here is only for our nephews. They are luckier than us. All the beautiful things that our globe will see our future descendants have already seen, see now, and will always see in the form of doubles who preceded them and who follow them. Children of a better humanity, they have already scoffed at us and mocked us on dead earths, passing there after us. From living earths from which we have disappeared they continue to condemn us, and on earths to be born, they will forever pursue us with their contempt. Them and us, as well as all the guests of our planet, are born over again as prisoners of the moment and place that destiny assigns us in its series of avatars. Our perennity is an appendix of its perennity. We are but partial phenomena of its resurrections. Men of the 19th century, the hour of our apparition is forever fixed, and we are returned always the same, at best with the possibility of happy variance. There is nothing much there to satisfy the thirst for what is better. What then is to be done? I haven't sought my happiness, I have sought after truth. You will find here neither a revelation nor a prophet, but a simple deduction from the spectral analysis and cosmogony of Laplace. These two discoveries make us eternal. Is this a godsend? We should profit from it. Is it a mystification? We should resign ourselves to it. But isn't it a consolation to know ourselves to constantly be, on millions of planets, in the company of our beloved, who is today naught but a memory? Is it another, on the other hand, to think that we have tasted and will eternally taste this happiness in the shape of a double, of millions of doubles? Yet this is what we are. For many of the small-minded this happiness through substitutes is somewhat lacking in rapture. They would prefer 3 or 4 supplementary years of the current edition to all the duplicates of the infinite. In our century of disillusionment and skepticism we are keen at clinging to things. But deep down this eternity of man through the stars is melancholy, and sadder still the sequestration of brother worlds through the barrier of space. So many identical populations that pass each other without suspecting their mutual existence. But yes, it has finally been discovered at the end of the 19th century. But who will believe it? And in any event, up till now the past represented barbarism to us, and the future signified progress, science, happiness, illusion. This past has seen brilliant civilizations disappear without leaving a trace on all our double worlds, and they will disappear without leaving any more of them. On millions of Earths the future will see the ignorance, stupidity, and cruelty of our former ages. At the present time the entire life of our planet, from birth until death, is being detailed day by day with all its crimes and misfortunes on a myriad of brother stars. What we call progress is imprisoned on every Earth, and fades away with it. Always and everywhere in the terrestrial field the same drama, the same decor, on the same limited stage a boisterous humanity, infatuated with its greatness, believing itself to be the universe, and living in its prison as if it were immense spaces, only to soon fall along with the globe that carried with the greatest disdain the burden of its pride. The same monotony, the same immobility on foreign stars. The universe repeats itself endlessly and fidgets in place. Eternity infinitely and imperturbably acts out the same performance.